conversation. He goes, I've noticed a little thing between you and Brett.
What?
Nothing.
No matter what happens, I want you all to stay together, and I want you to do what you need to do to get out of here. Don't worry about me. Help as you can if you can. But mostly worry about yourselves, okay?
I'm not leaving you alone. You can do this.
If anything happens, I want to know that you will be okay.
I'll be safe.
Actually, he flips the conversation. He goes, I've noticed a little thing between you and Brett.
What?
Nothing.
No matter what happens, I want you all to stay together, and I want you to do what you need to do to get out of here. Don't worry about me. Help as you can if you can. But mostly worry about yourselves, okay?
I'm not leaving you alone. You can do this.
If anything happens, I want to know that you will be okay.
I'll be safe.
Alrighty then. So, we'll go ahead and recap last session. As Barnabas made himself present and started conversing with Thrazak, Bryn and Richaw were effectively asked to leave, and so they did, going outside of the tavern and mulling about between the 12 or so individuals that had recently vacated. They saw Balar at the corner of the road, and Bryn started to make her way towards him while Richaw stayed behind. Bryn got there. She told Balar that everything was good to go, and he was about to leave when Bryn realized Richaw was not with her. She went back to go to get him while Balar waited. And after a few moments of discussion, Balar made his way over as well, wondering what was taking so long. It was here that Richaw told Balar that Barnabas was in the tavern, and this set Balar off, with him storming inside, constructing a device, and unleashing some hell in the direction of the two facilitators, as well as a shot at the 12 behind them. The ones behind did not survive, but the two inside did, with no real effect. And Thrazak was able to calm Balar down to a degree before Barnabas and Balar had a discussion, with Bryn and Richaw going outside to cleaning up the charred remains of the goons into respectable piles. A few moments later, Balar and Barnabas left the tavern, and Barnabas had his arm around Balar and gave him a coin. After this, Balar took the two back up a disc to have dinner that was planned. The dinner was finally had, and much conversation between the group and the hosts were had until night eventually came to a close. After this, the group was led out to the elevator, and they headed up to their disc. Here, they each had some differing opinions on what to do next, but eventually all concluded to go back to the completely white, fluffy Pegasus, and each adjourned to their rooms to sleep the night away. So you all get your long rests. Now, that was the last night, I believe, that you guys had paid for in the Fluffy Pegasus. You do get breakfast as well with everything. But after that, you are expected to check out unless more nights are wanted. But the morning arrives, breakfast is ready, and the day is yours.
It occurred to me during your discussion, I would just like to see if it's possible, because I'm a weasel like that, if we got XP for being part of that combat encounter where 12 people died.
Unfortunately, no, as it was technically a combat initiated by a certain individual and then ended by a certain individual almost immediately, is where initiative was not rolled for everybody. So, no.
Fair enough.
No XP was gained.
It's all good. Which I would probably be the first one down, just being the early bird that he is. He's now become more accustomed to the time frame down here.
No more jet lag, got it.
Bryn's gonna get up, but before she goes down with Nori, are the runes the same still, or is it different? Is the other thing there too?
They're all gone. Just kidding.
Yeah, right? No.
Oh god. Everything's the same?
Mhm.
Yeah, everything's the same as it was.
Interesting.
So it takes 20 to 25 minutes of you checking each and every single one against the drawing made.
Oh, I'm gonna go get a notebook and draw all the ones I can't fucking see from memory. Apparently, that's what I'm gonna do. Be like, does it look like this?
We're gonna make flashcards.
Just slowly go down like, okay.
So Bryn's basically gonna have like a runes checkup every like week or so.
Until she figures out what the hell happened.
That's kind of our only thing right now. We have no information. We've got to get back to Ixia.
Yes, I want to talk with somebody about this and talk to Floki's wife.
Well, luckily there's a female currently in Ixia awaiting a letter that might have some further information about possible Valkyrie things.
Yeah, I'm trying here, Val. I'm trying.
I'm just saying, 2 birds, 1 stone. Sorry, Richa.
Fair enough.
2 lizards, 1
2 fish, 1
log.
hook.
2 Sarens, 1 harpoon.
I
Wait,
like
I'm not
mine
on
way
I'm so
better.
sorry.
And it goes with Richa. So
Yeah, it goes with Richa.
That would just make Richa hungry.
He's
Doesn't
done it
make
plenty of times before. The first thing he would think about, though, if he was told that phrase, would be like, "Why use a hook when you can use a net?"
Richa, down here, a few individuals are currently up. It's only the Durgar that are daytime, as well as early bird gets the worm. That one actually fits perfectly for Richa. There are no worms out here, sorry. But there's about 4 Durgar males, and then a male and a female couple. The male and the female couple seem to be playing like a dice game, while the other 4 are all having breakfast.
Richa would probably, after eating his meal, if the couple's still playing, he'd go join them and just sort of, even if they can't understand him, walk up and go, "It's not for eating, Richa, it's for rolling."
The guy kind of looks at you, and then the girl just is like interested in what you're trying to say. Like the guy is just kind of blowing you off and focusing on the game, but the girl's just like, "What do you mean, little bird?" She's much younger than him.
He'll like gesture towards the dice on the table and just be like, "It's not for eating, it's for rolling."
Oh, that's definitely correct. You don't want to eat these to give you big tummy aches.
He just sort of nods at that and is like, "Mind if I play something?"
Well, do you know how to play? My dad here's teaching me.
What?
Well, and she kind of like takes a chair and like scoots it next to her and like pats it a little bit for you. It's called Low High.
Is that the one we played before?
Yes.
This little game's called Low High.
Oh, so you know it?
He just nods.
Awesome. Maybe you can help me. I can't beat my dad. Do you have your own set of dice?
The downside of this is Richa's way of winning is to lose, and so he could do his best, but
Racha has the golf mentality of this.
he would he'd definitely be willing to help and try, but I mean, he rolled like 4 ones and then just figured he won.
Do you have your own? You have your own set?
Oh, I can't see any rolls. That's so sad.
He just sort of shakes his head no.
Well, I've got a couple extra dice. Do you have any?
I'm sorry, my sentiments are not the same.
Oh, man. Well, I've got a few rocks here we can use. And she starts pulling out like some, looks like possibly they're used for something else. But they're pebblish sized stones that she has this hard file, And she starts going, and she makes a couple like crude dice that would work. They're not balanced whatsoever, but they would work to a degree. She ends up making you the easiest ones for her would making a D4, a D6. She's got two extra D10s for you. And let me see if she can make a D8 or not. Yeah, she did pretty good. She made you a D8 as well. But she's run out of stones.
Ooh, fascinating. And she's literally like just carving them with a tool, or is she like
she's
magicking them?
No, she's got stoneworking tools. You can see between the ones that she has and the one that her dad has, the tools are probably her dad's, and the dad's are much more ornate, while hers are a little bit more simplistic. Possibly she's made them, and he's teaching her as well as teaching her this game. So it's kind of that intermediary realm. But she's like, oh man, I don't have any. Do you have any stones on you, maybe? I know it's a weird question to ask. Not a lot of people carry stones.
I'm gonna pull out one of the little recorder beans that I have. Like that's as close to a stone as I have.
Well, you actually have a bag full of stones
Where?
from the
Why?
fishing net situation with your elven friend. When you were out there fishing with him, I'm not sure if maybe you'd accidentally deleted that item at one point.
Oh yeah, maybe I don't remember having a bag of stones. But yeah, then I would present them to her
Well, you can go ahead and put down you have a small bag of stones. I think
easily.
weight-wise, I put it was like 2 pounds. But yeah, you were helping him with the fishing net in the lake creek-esque thing, and as you were repairing it, you were removing stones that were getting caught and putting it in a bag. And then you said you picked up everything as you left, so you also got that bag of stones. So you have small projectile weapons that you can use later. And okay, so you give her the bag. Oh, these are really nice. And she starts she spreads them all out on the table, and the dad kind of grabs his dice and scoots them back. Like he doesn't want to get them accidentally mixed up. And he's just grumbling to himself. And she's like, "Ooh, this one's pretty." And then she just starts going through them, and they're different colors, different sizes, and ooh. And she's like, "Oh, this one would be awesome. Can I have this one?" Just a simple green one. It's a black stone, but it has green lines through it.
Just sort of shrugs and is like, 2 + 2, I figured water.
Ooh, thank you. I'm gonna make this into something nice later. Oh, it's weird. You have a D20 already. And she pulls out a dice from your bag.
Did I steal that from Ladash? I don't remember holding on to that one.
Make a history check. You don't remember where this may have came from. But it's a small stone, looks like dark blue. It is cut to be 20 sides, and it does have numbers 1 through 20. It's almost indiscernible between the other stones. So you could have just thought it was a stone and threw it in here at the time. But she's like, "Sweet, that one's already done." And kind of puts it down with your... It looks much nicer compared to the rest of your dice that she's made for you. But she eventually finds a straight, all black stone that is roughly the size of just a bit smaller than the D20, and she starts going to town on it. And after about 5 minutes, this is actually probably one of her... She actually rolled a nat 20 on this one. So she actually looks and probably is weighted correctly to be a D12. So you have a full set now.
just sort of looks at them and he's like rolling them back and forth between his hands on the table and is like, fascinating.
You roll the d6 and it like is like severely heavy on one side. So every time you roll it, it's like click click coo. Just like, yeah, it's supposed to roll like that. But it
It's
lands
just
on like a 1 every time, so you're just like, haha, I'm gonna win.
awesome. He's just, but he'll look at that and he'll roll it and then he'll just. How old does this girl look? It's not like he's gonna care, but how?
She, as far as Duragar go, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, he's just gonna be like, that'll really fuck some shit up.
You just see the dad kind of like snap his head forward, and you see his like wheels turning a little bit, and he kind of like shrugs his shoulders. She repeats the phrase back to you, but you can tell he's kind of thinking like, at least I don't have to blame it on me. So, with that, after the dice have been made and the other stones are swept back into your little pouch, Dad's like, "You finally ready?" I'm ready, Dad. What's your name, by the way? Oh dear, that's hard to say.
He's just gonna nod.
Okay. Achoo! Is that right?
He just gives her the so hand gesture and like, it works.
Awesome. My name is Yolideth, but you can call me Yoli.
You can call me Yoli.
That's right. Okay, here we go. First one's up. We roll the small one, the 4.
Nailing it.
Alright, let me roll for them. The dad rolls a 4, and the girl rolls a 1. Oh, man. Well, at least we're even. Okay, let's go to the next one. D6. Dad rolled a 4, the daughter rolled a 1.
Racha visibly goes, "Aw." That was actually, would that have been at like disadvantage or something? Just saying.
Yeah, because your dice is super unweighted correctly. All right. She's like, man, you're pretty good at this. Hopefully you can beat my dad, though. He's really good. All right, so D8. Dad rolled a 7, the daughter rolled a 4.
Just like, shit.
Oh, you have a chance. You can beat him. D10s.
Is it both at the same time or just one at a time?
Just one at a time. She rolled an 8, the dad rolled a 10. I'm not far behind, but you can get him if you try. D10s again. Dad rolled a 9, daughter rolled a 4. Oh, wow, you're doing really good. Keep it up. Hopefully you can beat him. I'm not doing so hot.
Which I was like visibly confused at that because like she's clearly doing better than him.
All right, D12s. Dad rolled an 11, daughter rolled a 4.
Just a fist pump comes out. Yeah.
I don't think you understand how this game really works. But you're not too far off. If Dad rolls poorly on the big one, then you could possibly take him. All right, D20s. Dad rolled a 10. Daughter rolled a 6.
just for my own understanding, we're trying to get the biggest number right after adding everything together. And those on stream, if you guys were wondering what this is going.
Sorry, my internet is lagging at the moment.
Do you need
Mine is 33 total.
No, he ended up winning.
Okay. And then he'll just go, and he'll look towards the little girl, because she probably didn't beat me. And he'll go, "You win all of our hearts."
1 second, my internet has decided to die on me.
It's good. I'm laggy too, and I'm in a completely different state as you, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's mainly my D&D Beyond has just decided to not do this. Oh, it was because of all the rolls we did. Now that I clicked on D&D Beyond, I'm just like, oh god, fuck.
Oh yeah, I just rolled directly from roll 20.
Alright. Yes, so number-wise, she does lose. That's right, Bryn.
Rachad just looks so proud of her.
Or, yeah, she won in Rachad's eyes. But you ended up getting pretty close. My internet is just completely freezing on me, so hold on.
I think Rachad would just continue to play with them until the rest of everybody comes down.
I think Kaporin went to bed last, so either him or the girls would be last.
I mean, once Nori checked what Bryn asked her to, she'd just start packing up her stuff and get ready to go since she knows they're gonna head out.
Yeah. Does Kaparin leave his stuff in here? I don't think he ever took out his clothes.
Are pouring things around here?
I don't think you ever got it back.
Probably not.
The door. So please grab Kaporin's laundry on your way.
On the ground are piles of clothes. Just like, why?
I know Rachad did, because I said I did it before I went down to talk to the Durgar lady about the tunnels.
Because you were naked. Kaparin just brought clothes up here.
He's just been carrying them around. He doesn't have prestidigitation, so he did his laundry in the tub, and yeah.
Made me pay 20 trillium or whatever for it.
Oh boy.
In all defense, it was not Kaporin's fault for getting thrown from the bed after it hit hyperdrive.
All right. So, Rachad, after you rolled the d20 and the 13 came up, the number 13 that was etched on top of the 20 rises off the dice and then disappears in a little bit of smoke. A little bit of time passes, and then all of a sudden you hear clanking of metal underneath the table.
I'll check for it.
Down there laying on the floor is a dagger. Black handled and green bladed. It isn't a regular dagger in the sense of how like daggers that you own look like. This one instead is thinner and slightly has a curvature to it. almost looking like the claw of a large creature. As you pick it up from the floor, you see that there is some sort of liquid continuously seeping from the end of it. Just constantly
Jesus.
dripping.
I, as a character, know what it is, but Rachel would have no idea what it is, and it's very dangerous in his hands right now. He'll pick it up and he'll just be like, huh? And just like be flipping it over and like examining it in front of these people.
I mean, it's perfectly balanced. It looks like it could be pretty sharp, but all in all, it
Yeah.
looks like an interesting design on a dagger, is all.
Because it would be what he does. He's gonna like pinch on the liquid a little bit and just like rub it between his fingers like, what the heck is this?
Okay. It's very watery, but nothing happens.
I want to know. Last time he played with the liquid, it burned his nostrils into a nosebleed, so I think he's not gonna taste it. Just rub it off on his pants leg or whatever.
Yeah, as long as you're touching it and such, it doesn't affect your skin at all. It doesn't, affect your clothes when you rub it off. It's just liquid with a slight black tint to it.
He'll not really knowing where it came from and that it just hit the ground. He'll offer it back to the dad, just assuming that it's the dad's and it fell off his belt or something.
He noticed the sound and everything as well, and he's been watching you do it. And he kind of like shakes his head and does his hands up, like, "No, I'm good."
He'll like look around. Does anybody else like seem to have chucked it this way?
No, the table of floor actually had gotten up about halfway through you guys' dice game, and besides the busboy kind of cleaning the table and the Durgar woman at the front, that's all that's down here.
He'll, knowing that the dice did the weird thing that he's never seen a dice do before, although he doesn't exactly know what dice are. He's like picks it up and it was just like, oh, and then like look towards the dagger and look towards the dice and like, all right, and then just sort of puts them back in his bag.
Never to be seen again.
If anybody else would like to finally come down, would be the time.
I was waiting for this interaction to be over.
Well,
but
yeah.
we
But
go down.
to be fair, the ladies would probably be the last ones down.
One would have come trotting down at some point during the middle of the game, probably, or like towards the tail end of the game.
With Rachel and how early he got up before everybody else, I'd say roll a d20 to see if you come down in time.
I mean, how much earlier? Because like, this is Rashi's home, so she probably gets up super early.
Yeah, but you
Like,
were also accustomed to the night that Bagram was going through.
That's true.
Okay, I'd say you probably came down and are prepping your laden full of breakfast dish as Rachal's finishing up.
Would I guess, would Rachel be smart enough to put two and two together that the dice doing whatever it did created whatever the
That's
thing was?
completely up to you.
Oh man, because he would just continue playing, I guess, more or less.
You can make an intelligence check for it. I trust you to give you an appropriate DC for this.
Only Racha accidentally stumbles across a weird magic dagger dice and goes back to playing with said magic dagger dice.
Well, to be fair, he doesn't know off the first time, so he would at least do it one more time to see what would happen.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then
Especially Rachaw's curiosity.
exactly, so he'd play another round, and then he, if it happens again on the second round, he'd just be like, "All right, let's stop doing that."
All right, so let's roll d4s. Dad rolled a 2, daughter rolled a 1.
The daughter and the ones there.
D6. Dad rolled a 4, daughter rolled a 1. D8. A 5 and 5 on this one. D10. Eight and 6. D10s again. 10 and 1. D12s. 9 and 3. And then D20s. 18 and a 16.
I was doing so well until those last two.
Yeah. Lots of high numbers, and then that D12 and D20 both rolled 4s, so ouch.
I'm just metagaming wise, like, this is when I really don't want a 1 right now.
Well, the numbers aren't correlative to what might happen.
So what does Caporn come down to now?
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
I was just like never accidentally rolled in out of my bag before. This is awesome.
Okay. Just waiting for D&D Beyond to upload pages. I need to see your character sheet. Are you really trying to remember where it came from?
No, I was just accidentally. I pressed space and it when I was tabbed on my screen, I was trying to say, "What do you need to know?" I could just tell you.
We'll just wait. We'll just wait. But Kaporan, when you come down for your breakfast, Rashi, you're probably coming down not too far after Kaporan. But as you guys are preparing said breakfast, would be when Racha is starting his next game.
This is where Caporn find some fried chicken, right?
Are you referring to Racha's corpse?
No,
Is it the wild surge table? Did I just fireball myself?
Poor little girl. She never stood a chance.
It's just an outline of where everyone used to be sitting.
Yeah, and the lazy
Durgar
Pegasus
woman.
has had a bad couple of days.
The Durgar
Yeah,
woman
the
at the front
Durgar
door
lady.
is just like, oh my god! As like
She's
the
like,
fireballs
fuck this business. I'm
stop,
getting
like,
out
right
of the
here.
business. Like,
And
fuck
Nori
this.
come down just like, we can't leave these people alone for 5
I think
minutes.
if that happened, Nori and Bryn would come down the bottom of the stairs, see what happened, and just go right back up. Like, nope.
Not today.
attempt an escape through the tunnels that they just had sealed.
Nori went down.
Cast seat metal.
Bryn's like getting all of this stuff ready, and Nori's gone down to go check out, sees what happens, goes back up. All right, Bryn, we're on our own. I need you to lift up that bed and break that trapdoor.
If I can go through the trauma of being just one of two that survives again.
Oh boy.
Well, Rashi doesn't know about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but I'm not like I'm walking super duper fast to like run to go get breakfast. Also, I have fire resistance, so there is a chance I might survive, and I also have stone shapes, so
Richaw, go
I
ahead
could just
and roll a
quickly
d6
go
for
to
me.
the wall and be like, nope, I'm protected.
Yeah, Nora just meld into stone. Bryn and her just like, nope, we're gonna stay in here for right now.
I mean, you could also turn into like a field of butterflies. There are good things on the wild magic table. I mean, well, less
I'm
bad
just a
things,
potted
I should
plant.
say.
I'm just a potted plant now.
Yes. Yes.
He turns into a little Groot.
Those old school ones from the 90s, though, where they only move with the sunlight.
It's not even an actual flower. He's just like a full-on plastic flower in a potted.
Yep,
Yes,
and then-
exactly. A little solar panel like appears on the back of the pot, and it's like every time it's sunny, he moves, and when it's not, he doesn't do anything.
I mean, there's just like, where's the bird? And why is this weird flower here?
The funny part is, he reapplied his paint makeup, so he does look kind of like a sunflower a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's too precious.
Or he turns into like one of those water, like the water dipping bird. Like, so it's like.
That one's better.
It strangely looks like Racha, but it's just like a stick figure that just moves back and forth.
Okay, Richaw, if you refresh your character sheet, you will see the new changes.
Racha is no longer a rogue.
You might need to take some time to allocate your new things. And also at the same time, the number 4 rises off the face of the D20, shines brightly, and then disappears into a little bit of glitter. This kind of flashes everyone for a moment, and everyone has to close their eyes, and as you reopen your eyes, there is now an amulet. Though there still is the dice there. And between you and the dice, there's an amulet that sits on the table. It is completely black, made from obsidian, shaped like a screaming humanoid skull. It has ruby eyes and emerald teeth. And the necklace that it's connected to is made from an iron chain.
Sounds like Kaporan's kind of jewelry.
Imagine at this point is when Rashi walks in.
You might need to
Right as the
DM me,
flash?
because I'm not actually seeing.
You gain 50,000 experience.
All right then.
Cool.
So you're now level 10.
And a snazzy amulet there.
And because of this situation, every multi-class is available to you.
Interesting.
Even those
Wow.
that are restrictive to certain races or whatnot.
Like stats and stuff.
Or like Monk, that is restricted only to Valkyries. Any of the genre of Valkyrie ones that I have made, as well as like Durgar being artificers, uh, you know, druids only being through certain races, things like that.
Dear, I do
Yeah,
not want Richa being an artificer. That would go very bad.
but yeah, I wouldn't have never noticed that because the bar just looked like it grew a little bit from where it was, and it doesn't actually say I'm level 10. It still says I'm level 7.
Gotcha. Well, yes, you gain the experience.
Can I have what Richa's having, please?
Sure, go over and roll the die.
You
Oh,
really
no,
want to
put back.
Does Kaporan see this flash of light?
It's a moderate flash. It's not blinding to anybody else besides those that are at the table.
And it looks like a screaming face, you said, that
Yeah,
has
so
emerald
it's
teeth.
it's like it's all made from obsidian, and the back half of it's flat, and it's like as if the head is kind of like pushed forward and kind of facing down. The eyes have rubies and the teeth are emeralds.
Kaporan walks over to the table after seeing like a flash of light from the corner of his eye.
And all you see is a interesting piece of jewelry.
Richard, did you win this? Looking at the dad and the little girl, it's like, did he win this?
Well, it's neither of ours.
Richa's just gonna shrug and go, "It's not for eating, it's for rolling."
You rolled this? How did you do that? Do you own dice?
With everything that's going on, the Durgar male has scooped up his dice and kind of like gives you a head nod, but a interesting like eye stare at the same time, and kind of just scoots his daughter away, and she's like, "Bye, bye, I
Call me
chew."
Yeah, he's gonna like, "You can call me Yoli."
And they have scooted up the stairs, probably passing by Bryn and Nori as they start to come down. Bryn and Nori, you just see a Durgar male with his daughter, and he's just like picked her up from underneath the armpits and is just like quickly moving up the stairs.
Is he mumbling
I have a
anything
bad
about
feeling.
a stupid bird?
He's muttering in Durgar.
Great.
The daughter spoke common.
Is the daughter saying anything about a blackbird?
He was nice. That's all you hear.
Oh god. Okay.
I have a terrible feeling something went very wrong.
Richa is great with children. What are you talking about?
I mean, sure, she's happy.
It's Kaporan who gives them swords.
Kaporan who gives him
Swords
gifts.
because he gave him a gun.
It was broken, okay?
That you knew of.
Still don't give children weapons that they can hurt themselves with. Especially guns. Run off gunpowder, unless we live in a weird cyberpunk universe. As far as I'm aware, guns in this world would be like old-fashioned gunpowder and like...
Yeah, and the gun we had though was literally like already exploded. So that was, if there was gunpowder there, it was already burned away.
Still dangerous though.
You have to realize Kaporan is basically a giant kid in this giant. So
we've noticed.
We had this conversation in chat. We had this conversation. That's why I said that's what gets Kaporan into trouble. Richa is like, oh, this cutesy and kid, and Kaporan. Everyone looks at Kaporan and goes, "Dude, knock it off."
Because Richa is a cute little bird. Kaporan is a 6'6" man.
Exactly.
Who although has a similar attitude, the body does not match.
They both have a childlike wonderment, okay?
Yes, but Kaporan gets everyone in trouble because he's so freaking big and tall, literally.
The expectation of others is different for Kaporan than it is for Richa, yeah.
Yes, that's the thing. People look at
biases.
and react very differently.
Kaporan just wants to be loved.
he had someone that loves.
I'm forced to reincarnate him into a halfling.
At one point in time, Kaporan had 2 people who.
Well, then no one will take him seriously, because no one takes halflings seriously at all. I know, I've played halflings. No one takes halflings seriously, no matter how old you look.
But Kaporan looks over at Richard and is like, do we poke it?
I'd rather not. He's like looking at it like genuinely concerned now. Like it's only done great things for me, but it's done really great things for me. So like, what happens
Our
if
luck
something
isn't that
bad
good.
happens too?
Kaporan like looks for like a napkin, like a cloth napkin or something to like poke it with, or like to try to like pick it up but not touch it physically.
Yeah. It's got some weight to it, but that's about it.
It's just a hefty necklace. Okay.
What are you
I
guys
think
doing?
Richaw somehow acquired this as Kaporan like swings it around to show Nori. He says that he rolled for it.
I'll just sort of, in the best pantomime possible, he'll pull up his sack of rocks and he'll go, "It can hold up to 7 people comfortably," and then point towards point towards the dice, and put it back into the bag, and it is like, and then shrugs.
I have no idea what you're trying to say to me, Richa. I'm so sorry.
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
So you don't know either?
And he'll just nod at that.
Okay. Did you not have? I haven't seen you bring out this die previously. Is this new?
2 + 2, I figured water. He'll hold up the sack again, like, and just point like, it appeared from here, like pull it out, put it back in, pull it out, put it back in.
You've seen the sack on him too. He's had it for a while.
Like Kaporan's like, can we see what this dice looks like?
Yeah.
Like what happened?
Hey Rashi, you've got a spell that lets you figure out what items do, don't you?
How loudly did you shout that? Because she's over getting
Oh
food.
no, I wouldn't have shouted it. I would have looked for Rashi.
Oh, okay. I just want to be like, how loudly did you say that?
No, there's no way Nori doesn't shout ever anyway.
Her voice wouldn't let her anyways
Well,
right now.
she did
Could have
shout
done
once.
it in the mind or whatever, but yeah, well, that's true. She could shout once. Well, and her voice is still kind of scraggly.
She shouted when Bryn died.
Yes.
Well, I guess Nori could just mentally pop into your head while you're over the food and scare the hell out of you.
I do that.
Rashi has quickly learned that if Kaporan and Racha are talking about something, she does not want to be involved in whatever it is.
Ignorance
okay,
is
then
bliss.
Nori does pop into
Also
Rashi's
breakfast.
head.
All right, so she speaks to you in your mind, asking you that question.
What was the question? I don't even remember.
No, to Rashi, she was asking if you have a spell that can figure things out.
Yeah, I have identify. What do you need me to cast it on?
A weird die. But should we do it in a room so we're not offending people with magic? Because we saw how that went previously, and I don't want any more guards being called.
It's more understood that you guys are going to be the source of magic. So, right now, there's no other patrons in here. The Durgar woman's keeping her eye on you guys and is already preparing herself.
Preparing herself
There's
to
been
press a
multiple
button.
there's been multiple flashes of light from over by me right now.
There's one flash of light, and one was a little bit
Rashi
dust.
will turn to the lady and under Dwarven, tell her that she's gonna cast an identify spell to try and figure out what an object
All right,
is.
don't burn anything, though. Or if you do, you pay for it.
Okay, so I have to touch whatever the item is.
He would present the small D20 to you. For the love of all that is holy, don't poke it.
Okay, I do have to touch it though.
This puts you in immediate odds with what Tra said.
Okay, so I hit the cast button, but I don't know if it went through yet.
Yeah, I went through. Alright, so you cast Identify and hold the die in your hand as you focus in on it. And what comes back to you is Moonstone. That's it.
Well, the type of rock is a moonstone, but it doesn't do anything magical.
Anyone makes a Pokemon joke?
So it's a really nice stone that someone carved into a 20-sided die.
Has Racha just turned from a Clefairy to a
It's a
Clefable
Clefable.
right now? Is that what's happened?
That's
No.
what the proof of life was in
You're a
the,
Wiggly
in the
type
extra
now.
level.
He has tiny little weird wings.
That's not useful for flying at all. It's just there.
They're just there for style.
Kaporin then swings the necklace into towards Rashi. Is like, what about this thing?
Racha will take the dice back before you.
She visibly
over it.
goes back like this because you just swung something in front of her face.
Oh,
Well, if we could not swing it, I would be able to see what it is.
I would like to wave over to the person at the desk and just kind of make the sign like, "Hey, I'm casting a spell as well." Just and then
She's reading something and just.
okay. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic, so to see if this little die is magic. I know it is, but to confirm to Nori. To
Identify would tell you if it's magical, though.
You cast Detect Magic. Obviously, all the people around you have some sort of magic in them.
I can't look at Bryn.
Bryn's
glows.
a little harder. Actually, Bryn's is different now. It's no longer a sort of blinding white light. It has a blue tint to it that makes it a little calmer on the eyes to look at. But obviously, people's different items that they have on them. Racha's bag is just like vibrating, glowing. His bag of holding. The amulet is magical. The dagger. Oh, actually, he has that in the bag. You guys haven't even seen that yet. So
Yeah, well, I put it like off to in next to the same bag, so it's technically on my hip.
Okay. But the die comes back blank.
Okay, we've got a lot of magic stuff. That thing is magic. I point to the necklace. Racha, you are carrying a ton of magic, and Bryn, the last time I cast Detect Magic on you, you came back as a very bright yellow that was hurt to look at. Still hurts to look at you, but you're more blue now.
I'm blue.
That song grows on you after a while, for good or bad.
Like Nori looking at, just like squinting at Bryn, like this.
Well,
idea why
do you
that
want me
was
to cast Identify on the amulet that Kaporin unwisely keeps swinging around?
Yeah, that would be wise.
To be fair,
Kaporin, please put it back
Kaporin's
down.
probably doing something more like this. Like,
Nori takes that shit away and puts
I-
it down.
I mean, at least he's not touching it with his hands, though. He picked up like a
He's like
cloth to
hat-
touch.
He's like hand
Yeah.
modeling it for
yeah. He's like, oh,
maybe
look.
it's model.
He's like, oh, this would look so good on me. Oh my goodness. Oh, it fits.
Do we
so
all
good.
do we all see the skull like thing
Yeah.
on it? Okay, I just wanted to double check because make sure it wasn't something that only Racha saw and we just
No.
see a blank thing because that would freak me out more.
No, it's all there. All right. You cast Identify on it. It comes back as
Yes.
Amulet of the Black Skull, and Amulet has 6 charges and regains 1d6 charge daily at dawn. And while wearing the amulet, you can use an action to expend one of its charges to transport yourself and anything you are wearing or carrying to a location within 100 feet. And it does not need to be in line of sight, but it must be familiar to you.
So it's just like a powerful Misty Step or low-key Dimension Door.
I think Porin has it since he has the lowest movement speed, but
Just constantly like,
oh,
whoop, whoop.
Uses it like a Professor X hover bike kind of thing. just sits down everywhere and just keeps teleporting. But, or a child would, because it doesn't make sense to him that the dice doesn't come back magical. He'll hold the dice and then like present it to everybody like it's not for eating, it's for rolling, and then pretend to roll it and then take the dagger and just go boom and then drop it onto the table.
Dagger came out of it. So we've got evil-looking necklace that's not as evil as it looks, and then a really creepy dagger.
With Detect Magic, the dagger is magical as well.
it's dripping something. That doesn't seem good. I'm gonna cast Identify again on the dagger. Or not again, but I'm gonna cast Identify.
It comes back as Serene's Dagger of Limitless Venom.
I thought it was either poison or venom or something like that.
It's a plus
Cool.
2 bonus to attack and damage rolls with the weapon. And you can use a bonus action to cause black poison to coat and drip from the blade. Poison remains for 5 minutes on the blade. And the creature must succeed on a DC 15 con save or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. The dagger can't be used this way until the next dawn. And at the beginning of each turn, the creature has to re-roll the 2d10 poison damage.
Yeah, that sounds like a +2 weapon. 2d10 poison damage. You save or die.
Yeah, it's a mythical weapon.
Yeah, because you said it.
Yeah, it's got a name to it. This is somebody's legendary weapon.
Who the fuck gave you that dice?
Rashi and Kaporin. Go ahead and give me history checks.
Can I try to make a history check too now that Nori's asking me?
Actually, Rachel, Nori, you guys can make history checks too.
All right, I'm good at this. I got a 2.
Porin starts saying, "Do you
I
remember?"
got an 18.
No.
So, Rashi and Rachar, you both know that Serene is the god of poisons.
You have a god's dagger?
It's the god of poisons, venoms, and creatures that use such.
Racha, that dice seems. I mean, it gave you some good things, but that seems very dangerous. If
Yeah.
you got a weapon like that. I don't think it's the actual god's dagger, but it's named after the god because it does the poison.
It also has a nickname of Serene's fingernail.
You did say it looked like a claw, huh?
Richard's just gonna be like looking at the dagger and just like look up into the sky and be like, "You want it back?"
No response.
I mean, I don't know if that kind of god would like live up in like the sky though. It seems much more of an like subterranean kind of deity, maybe.
Clerical stuff that he's ever seen, like it seems like it comes down from the sky on the person, so he's just gonna.
Well, there is
mimic
no
it.
hole in the floor, so it was to come from
Um,
You can
anywhere.
try praying to it, but that's about
Maybe,
it.
maybe we could keep that dice separate from your bag of rocks somehow.
Somewhere where it won't roll.
He'll just sort of pick it up and just drop it into the bag of holding, just like.
Yeah, that works. I mean,
Is it a
Okay,
bad
roll
thing?
a d20.
Is it gonna?
Oh
But it's
no.
all right.
You're dropping it.
you were not careful about it.
The intent of
Oh,
dropping
boy.
it.
What was it?
It was a 6.
Well, we all get to see the thing that happens now, the effect. So you know.
I will say that 7 and 8 on the wild surge table is an explosion. So.
All right.
Pouring it.
You drop it into the bag, and as you're cinching it up, a little bit of, because you've seen a number come off and turn to dust. You've seen a number come off and kind of shine brightly of a white light, and this time there's a little bit of a flash of red as you're closing the bag, but nothing seems to happen.
He'll just sort of like look at it and then like, can he reach into the bag of holding or no?
Yeah.
I mean, he'll try and pull it back out, and this time be very careful with it.
Yeah, you pull it out. Seems fine.
The 6 isn't missing.
6 is missing.
Reaches back in, everything's on fire.
Just set off a nuke inside the astral plane.
You reach into the bag of holding and think of pulling out fire and just
Turns into the, what is that? The decanter of water, but with flame.
yeah.
We have a flamethrower now. We can't get anything that's in the bag, but we have a flamethrower.
Wait, so if we turn the bag inside out and it has fire in it, does it become a nuke?
Pretty much. Oh, fireball.
Eh,
I'm not about to do that in the middle of a room because I do know what's in there at least, and that's a lot of stuff. But yeah, he'll carefully not roll it this time. Set it down. I don't even want it on the table. He'll put it into a pocket, but very carefully. And,
We could maybe buy like a small pouch for it. Then you could put it in your pocket, so then it's protected extra.
I think Richard has
He's
like
got-
pouches galore.
he's got some ideas, but yeah, he'll hold off on it for now. And
As long as you pick it up and place it in locations, then it's fine. It was just the actual act of just dropping it that was
Yeah.
considered a
he,
roll.
he just assumed that it going into a portal wasn't gonna make it roll, but obviously it did. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, all right then.
The portal, it's basically bag of holding's like a room, in an extra dimensional space, but dice is gonna eventually fall to the bottom and roll around, so
Yeah, for sure. So he'll try and pull something out, like his staff, his pole of collapsing or something that's in there. He'll try and pull that out and see if he can do it.
yeah, it's fine.
Hey, Richard. Is Saren's body still in there?
Cooked extra crispy.
No, he'll reach in, try and pull out Saren and go.
Okay.
So whatever the dice did, it's gotten rid of the body.
Huh. Okay.
Reanimated his corpse.
Saren climbs out of the bag.
You fuckers!
Oh, with a new accent too.
Yeah. Well, the damage to the vocal cords.
Yeah, makes sense.
How do you guys get through the chest?
He's after that. He's gonna like gesture towards the bag and go like, "You all saw that, right?" In Bryn's voice.
The red smoke thing? Yes.
Do you know what happened?
Nori, I think he rolled the dice.
I think it literally the picture of his bird that he has behind him.
The ostrich.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Do I like feel any different? Does anything seem out of place or?
Nope.
Alright. Yeah, he just shrugged and was like,
I think we should go.
Yeah,
Or-
we have to go and get the boat trip from
Yeah,
Ice
let's-
Cloak.
Yeah. Let's go get our horses. What are we gonna do with the extra pony?
Rachaz like just sets out a smile like this like the bird. It's like, I know what I could do.
All right.
Whips out the
He's-
copper
Please don't-
pistols.
Yeah, no, he's like he's referring to what you've already seen him do.
Rachad, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work, Rachad. We can't do that. We
I
don't have
don't think that
time.
pony likes you very much.
He'll just sort of like, yeah.
I mean, we
You
we
can-
could sell it or let it go on its merry way.
I don't think we should let it out into the wilderness. It is a pony.
Yeah, I was thinking that we could see if the stables would buy it, or if it's better to bring it to where we're going. It doesn't sound like it's a very established town, I think, where we're going.
No, it's a tiny little fishing village. They probably don't have like stables, really.
It's probably better to sell here.
Then what are we gonna do with our horses once we get there?
Good question.
Aren't you glad you guys bought horses already?
Yep, so happy.
Well, I mean, technically, Rusty got hers for free, but yeah.
I don't want to leave Silver behind.
Well, it depends on the kind of boat that we get access to. Given that some of us are very tall, heavy people, we might be able to take them with us.
My worry is just feeding them on the boat as we're traveling. And that I don't know if they'd be overly happy being on the water for extended periods of time. And I need to go get more seasick medication from somewhere. Probably just an herbalism shop.
Yes, probably an apothecary.
Yes. One bad con roll and I'm just cursed for the rest of the campaign.
You're the one speaking. Kaporan is completely bedridden the whole time, and almost dies in the process. But yes, let's get our horses, and I think it should be time for us to head out.
There is an apothecary on the third disc that you guys are on. It's called Potions and Lotions.
Rachal's
Right,
been
just-
there, right? I feel like Rachal went there for
Yeah.
something. I don't remember what.
The seeds. The seeds
Right,
for the
yep.
weed that Nori talked
Correct.
to. For the Cholo plant.
Yep. Right.
Blind
So just-
Cholo plant.
If
Just
we go
have
by that, if
Rashi
we go
run-
by that spot, Rachal would want to check on him. It's only been like 2 days, but he'd want to check on him.
I think it's only been a day.
That's like down on a different disc. We'd have to.
No, that was on the third disc.
Okay. Thought that was further down.
No, you guys came across it after you guys realized stuff was stolen.
Oh yeah, that the adventure Rashi wasn't there for because she was translating stuff in the inn.
Yep. All right. As far as seasickness medication in a town that isn't ported, and I'm guessing you're
If they
taking
don't-
Rashi with you for translation services. She that runs the apothecary kind of looks around at what she's got and kind of throws something together. Puts it all into a
Did she-
small bag and says, "This should work."
Any specific instructions?
Just steep it in a tea.
All right. How much will this be good for? And how much does it cost?
She says, as long as you don't eat or drink anything else, this will be good for at least up to 5 days.
Okay.
But obviously, you need to drink water within 3 days, so it really is only good for 3 days.
Yeah, I think Nori's just gonna get some ginger and some peppermint to get like good old fashioned remedies because she's
Well, that's in
usually
this.
okay. Yeah, but just that straight so that she could, if necessary, she can just be a little under the weather rather than completely destroyed.
Yeah.
So I'll get that, some ginger and some peppermint.
Okay. Altogether, like 3 trillium.
Yeah, I got that.
And then Bryn's looking for a notebook. And somehow
Yes, there's a stationery store on the second disc, the Brown Beacon.
wonderful.
All sorts of notebooks that you can get.
Great. We're definitely gonna pick one up.
A simple journal would be like 2 trillion.
Okay, and that includes a writing utensil.
You want a simple one or a fancy one?
Simple.
Okay, so that'd be a quill and an ink vial. Together, that is another 2 trillion. See, the fancy one's a never-ending quill. So
Oh shit, how much was that one?
5 trillion.
Oh, let's just, spend 7 trillion, why not?
Splurge, baby, splurge.
With the little money we have left.
All right, you can put down a quill in your inventory, and just make a note that it doesn't run out of ink. All right. Anybody else want to get anything? Richard, do you want to go out of your way to go see the plant?
He would, and then the other thing he would want to pick up is, I guess, where would he find like somebody to inlay a chest? He wants to basically sort of refurbish this this small chest that he has that's holding the acid jars in it.
So you want to like put fabric on the inside, or what are you trying to do?
Yeah, sort of like make it so that like the jars, and then he's gonna try and make a space for the dice so that it won't roll around, and like those would just all fit snugly without moving around inside this chest.
Okay.
We'll have a box of very dangerous items.
Yeah, a simple leather worker would be able to bead some hard leather together to rough dimensions within a decent amount of time. So a couple hours, they can get it done. On the second disc, there's the leather worker that you guys have been to, the Eager Wing Lion. They'd take the chest from you and make measurements and then start working on it. Say it'd be about an hour.
Cool, no worries. And then, yeah, he'd spend that hour checking in on Charlie and waiting for Nori to come out of the herbalism shop, probably.
Right. Go check on him, and he is no longer there.
He's just
Maybe he
like,
budged.
Richard just like falls to his knees and like just in the most over dramatic way, is like, no, oh god.
Looking down on it, it looks as if he was completely rooted out. You see a little patch of dirt where he was situated, but is no longer.
Do the seeds seem to have taken?
At least not yet. Hasn't really been a
Been
rain.
kidnapped.
Do you tell Nori this? Or actually, Nori, when she comes out of the shop, is it anywhere near where Rachai is? I want
Make a perception check.
He's sort of just
Oh, dear.
curled into a fetal position, somewhat crying.
Sorry, things are loading. I have down a device. Perception?
Question. Yeah, perception. Kaporan is holding on to this necklace and hasn't gotten it taken away yet.
No, Nori said she took it away from him.
Yeah, I took it away from him. I rolled a 1.
took it-
Nori doesn't see shit.
Oh, you have a +8. Okay. You don't see shit. All of a sudden, randomly, as you walk out, you hear no.
Like,
And like the weirdest voice, it wouldn't be any voice you recognize.
Yep.
that means he's actively heard someone have a breakdown. Nori will go follow the sound of the no.
With that perception check, you're not sure where it came from. Like, it's literally as you're walking out, the little ding 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 of the bell from the door behind you is just ending as you hear the no.
You're not even sure you actually heard it. It's just like,
That.
You see a
Okay.
few people kind of like look around and then just go on their way.
All right. Where to next? Where did Copernicus say he was going? Because I took the necklace. I'm not letting him have. I didn't. I took it away from him and put it on the table, and I would have made sure he did not get it. Because I don't trust him with that.
He also has a spell Dimension Door. If he really wanted to teleport away, he could.
You're like, nope, it's mine.
if Richard would probably just put it in the bag if Nori wanted it somewhere out of the way.
Kaporan can have nice things. Kaporan's probably with the horses at this point.
Kapoor, make a sleight of hand check.
You might as well try. Yeah.
Because no one directly said what was happening, so this is more of. This isn't
Can
really
you speak
against.
before I take it.
This isn't really against anyone's passive perception. Oh,
wow.
Kaporin has the necklace.
My goodness.
Everyone, because the dagger got brought out afterwards, and then a lot of focus was put on it. During that time, Kaporin just kind of.
I mean,
Of course.
to be fair, we know the necklace isn't super dangerous, so if Kaporan puts it on, at least we know he's not like carrying around a poison dagger.
That is very true.
Or randomly roll the dice just to see what the hell happens.
Yeah, so
Pretty much.
out of the three dangerous things, Kaporan got the safest thing.
That is true.
But yeah, it requires attunement, but
Okay, Kaporan's not putting it on, but he's tucked it away for now.
well, you guys are already weighing in hours. Only reason I say so. But in that case, Richard's waiting his hour for the leather worker anyway. So if anything you guys want to do before getting ready to go,
Kaporan would ask Rashi if she would come help sell the other pony, or if we could find something else to do with it.
Are you following where Rashi and Nori went so you can ask her? Because she went with Nori.
Oh, then Kaporan's just with the horses. Then Kaporan's just is with Silver.
You're not-
Then
You're not actively looking for anyone. It's just like, is she conveniently around? Nope. Just gonna stay over here.
well, to be fair, you tell the Durgar woman that you guys want the horses. The horses get brought to the Pegasus, and the whole thing with Nori at the shop would take like 5 minutes. So she would have eventually came back and probably Rashi in tow. So then you could ask.
yeah. So
Saying you have to like look around first, because if you're like, I'm just gonna ask Rashi, it's like she may or may not be there.
Kaporan's good at just assuming things. But after like obviously taking care of the horses because he hasn't seen them in a little bit and whatnot, and seeing Rashi come back, he would say, "Oh, Rashi, do you mind asking the Duragard lady if she knows of a place I'll either buy a spare pony or if there's anything that we could do with a pony?"
Yeah, I don't really need to ask her though. This is my home, so I have a good idea of what's around. Voice from above. Where would I
The
know if
majestic
there's like a
Wendigo.
stable? What? Okay. Wendigo, really? That's not usually associated with horses. Wendigos are
Sure.
not usually good. What is that on the third disc that we're on, or is that
It's
a
on the
different
it's on the
disc?
top disc.
Okay, that's
It's
what
the
I
thing
thought.
that
That would make sense.
consumes the horses.
And everything else around it. Yeah, there's the majestic Wendigo. It's on the top disc, because horse stables and corrals. But Nori brought up a good point about whether we want to keep all of them or not.
Well, I mean, in the short term, we're not expecting anyone, and I'm sure that it would be just more of a burden to keep keep the other pony and try to feed it. And I'm sure it's scarred enough from what happened from Ratra, so maybe it would enjoy to stay here rather than get dragged along with us.
But yes, but Nori wondered, and Rashi looks at Nori because they approached together about whether we get rid of all of them, whether we sell all of them, right?
Yeah, because we won't have we won't have a way to sell them once we get there. They'll just be there. And as nice it would be to be able to ride there, how long would it be to just travel? Val?
Just by walking.
Yeah, maybe me summoning horses for like 3 hours.
It's a day worth of travel. Actually, it's a day and a half worth of travel just with horses. So walking wise, you're looking at
3
with-
days.
No, it doesn't just double it.
From
I was-
where though? Traveling from where to where? Because we have a lot of places to travel.
To the fishing village is what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So traveling there to there, summoning horses 3 times a day. You're looking at probably like 4 days worth of walking.
Yeah, even if I were to do eagles instead, it wouldn't be helpful.
Same speed.
80 rather than 60.
Okay, so a little bit. So 3.5 days.
Yeah, that's a big difference, and I think we're in a hurry to get places. Just don't know what we're gonna do.
Well, we can figure that out. They might have like a small stable, or they might be able to return them for us for like a small fee or something. Uh, if we do take them with us, this is a really bad idea, but I'm just putting it out there that we could potentially use them for trade in the Bloodgood lands, but know that the residents would probably eat the horses.
Oh boy.
But
Orcs need horses too.
but they could also ride them. It depends, but it could help us find the person that we're supposed to find there. And especially since we won't have Bryn on the trip because she has to stay on the boat.
Doesn't Rashi look fairly human, or does she come across as half elf right away?
No, Rashi. Sorry, out of character. I try to do different voices, but I'm not like as skilled as Val. Rashi looks human, but her ears are just pointed enough, and the fact that she knows a bunch of different languages and may have done part of the trade route she was on, may have come near that area, like in their travels. There's I'm guessing like a 50-50 shot that like they might react hostile or not. She's also kind of short, so they might assume that she's like
To be
a
fair,
halfling or something.
Yeah, the ears are different enough from humans to be able to, like, from a distance they might think it, but get closer and they'd be like, oh, okay. But as
I
soon
imagine
as
she has some features.
as soon as she starts talking, like with the Duragar kind of grit in some of her voice and such, that comes across as like, okay, something's different about you. And they're like, oh, okay. Once you start speaking under Dwarvish, they'd be like, oh, we get it now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I can worry a little bit less.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about that all week. I'm all like, well, she looks like she passes as human. Her hair covers her ears, but like I imagine she has more delicate looking features than a human. So like if you got up close in her face, you'd be like, oh, that's definitely not a human.
And also, to be fair, it was brought up that Bryn is human and bigger. So, as far as orcs and human slaves, what might they actually want the slaves for, something more anatomically inclined to their size would probably be a better situation.
Ugh.
Preference, yeah.
Yeah, even more reason for Bryn to stay on the boat.
Yeah, no. That's no. Just no.
It's alright, Kaporin's just gonna make her look like a lizard woman. With makeup.
I'd rather stay on the
Or
boat.
we'll make another prosthetic. Kaporin's just gonna fashion another prosthetic. So she has 3 arms now. She's like a mutant. Something went horribly wrong.
She's gonna try and like Kaporin's gonna try to make her like Lord Voldemort face. And then halfway through her talking, like half of it's just gonna fall off. Oh god, I'm molting!
I will like hold person her on the boat if we have to. I'll be like, Bryn, fail to save, please. Fail to save
No.
and stay on the boat.
Not gonna fight it.
Bryn's smart enough. Alright, but like I said, there's an hour to kill if anyone wants to get anything done.
I don't really. I don't think an hour is long enough to get back my first level spells.
Yep, it's just enough for a short rest is all.
Other than like helping do the sell the extra pony, I guess we would try and do that because the draft horse is slightly faster than the pony, right? Or are they about the same?
They're the same. It's just the bonus is that the draft horse could be pulling something and keep the same speed as well.
Right, okay. So we would go up, I guess, Kaporn and Rashi and maybe Nori, if she wants to come along, would go up to the firstest to try and trade in the pony, sell the pony. Selling animals is a weird concept in general, but like sell the pony, we have an extra one we don't.
I mean, do we want to sell more than just the one? I know, Nora, you can wild shape. Well, I guess we might not want you to wild shape, though.
That is also true.
Just so we have less when we get there. But I don't think they're going to be able to fill in the boat. We were told that it was they were fishing boats.
I could wild shape while we're walking there, and then about a mile-ish away from town, away from other people, turn back into myself and just hop on with one of you. I'm fairly light.
That would probably work.
That way, yeah, I think.
We would have at least one less to worry about when we're there.
So you guys are walking?
I ride.
Yes.
No, we would be riding the horses, but just selling too, so we can at least get a little bit of money back.
Okay, so you are going to be wild shaping to keep up then?
It will be for the hour before and hour till we get from here to the place we're going to, the hour before each of that. Then I will be riding with them, just to avoid seeing people.
Okay, because we brought this up before. As far as you, with all your equipment, riding with someone, the next lightest person is Racha, and I believe Racha's on a pony right now. That pony cannot associate both of you. And everyone else, like Kaporin, is a large individual with his equipment plus himself. His horse barely handled him. Same goes with Bryn.
All right.
But don't we have Saren's full horse or regular horse, right?
That you guys are talking about selling, right?
No, we're talking about
Oh,
selling.
you're just going to sell. Well, you're going to sell both ponies, so that means Racha would have to be on somebody's.
Yeah.
Which Racha plus, actually that would be really close. Well, most of Racha's stuff is in his bag.
Like Rashi doesn't have a lot on her. Like the heaviest thing is like the mace and the like rations, which are only like 10 days worth, and her chain shirt. Like she doesn't have a lot of extra stuff.
Oh, that reminds me. So if you guys,
the draft horse obviously can probably pull more, so maybe 2 people
can
fit.
Since you guys are have to go by draft horse speed, it's going to take you 2 full days to get there. But yeah, so Richa could probably fit on with
I'm
Rashi.
about 140, roughly, total, including my body weight and all my stuff that's actually there.
And then with all my stuff and my weight, I weigh 210 or 212.
I'm at
Yeah, so you could go with
a
either.
little over 200.
You can go
about
with Nori
210.
or Rashi.
With all my equipment and my natural weight, I'm about 210 roughly.
So yeah, you could do it, but just know you guys will be slowed down to 2 full days of travel, which would actually make your walking time like almost 5 days.
I mean, Rashi could just use one of the extra horse that apparently we have, but we won't get anything for the draft horse. It'll just go back into like
Well, we
thing.
right now we need to just sell the 2 ponies because even if you did try to hop on with someone else, that you would overcapacity. There'd be overcapacity. We'll be overcapacity, and basically, we're at our minimum if we sell the 2 horses, sell the 2 ponies. So we're just gonna go sell the.
Yeah, you sell the 2 ponies, and Richa goes on either Nori or Rashi's horse, and they should be fine. Okay,
So yeah, so
selling
But
the
if
2.
we want to get, yeah, let's just go with that. We've got a faster option, but this seems like the smarter option.
Selling the 2 ponies. Price wise, together they'd give you about 80 trillium for it.
Could you make it 90?
75.
80 it is.
Shakes your hand.
Licks his hand and does it too.
Saliva, doesn't matter if it came from. Alright, so I guess Bryn, you can go ahead and add the 80 trillium.
Hey, you got
Add
half
back
of
a little bit of what we.
you got half of what you got stolen.
Oh no, we didn't.
There's 150 platinum that got stolen.
Oh, never mind. I for some reason thought it was 150 trillion. And I was like, cool, Brent's gonna have that. No, that's oh dear.
Yeah, no.
it's like
It's more like 1,500 gold.
10%.
3,000 trillium.
Jesus, wow.
5% of what she lost.
There's a party going on somewhere.
Yeah, okay. Well, someone's gonna die at that party soon.
They're
As
just-
soon as
they're
we
just-
figure out what the hell happened.
They're just making it rain trillium.
That sounds painful. With no paper currency, it all
Making
sounds
it
painful.
hail. Alright, okay, so at the end of the hour, Rachar, you get your, the lining for your box. They set it all up and in for you. Altogether, it costs you 6 trillium with the custom job and the time frame. But you guys have all your things ready to go? Guys want to head out?
I saw.
All right. So you guys get your horses, take them up the elevators, go out into the grounded portion of the city, head out through the gates, and start making your way around the borehole mine to the northern side, and then take the direction. Nori, are you using your spell?
My guiding spell.
Yes.
Once we are out of town
Okay.
and away from other people, no one sees my magic.
Do you know the name of this place?
That's right, we don't. Did he ever give us a name?
No one ever asked for a name specifically. He doesn't know
Yes.
you have that spell.
Gave us the name of the person we need to find in the village.
He
That would be
also
helpful.
he technically marked it on my map for the most
Yeah, he
part,
marked it
too,
on the map.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easiest way would be go to the coast and ride the coast up.
Yeah. Go to the coast, try to angle ourselves in the direction that it would seem.
Yeah,
It'll be
it's
less
not-
direct because I'm stupid, but
Luckily, it is a port, so the coast will eventually get you there.
yeah.
If we see a small little shack on the coastline,
Oh
turn
boy.
around.
That's past the
Yeah,
the
that's
little
south.
village
You
we're
guys are
going
going
to.
north.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys start traveling. I need someone, whoever is leading this brigade, to roll a d8 for me.
Would that be me? Oh wait, I can't roll it because I'm not.
Because you're Nori.
Because I'm Nori and both I'm Nori and I don't have roll 20.
I can roll. I don't know how well it's gonna do, but
Hey, roll it up. Sorry, D10. D10.
Can we like just casually not go directly to the coastline again, just
Yeah,
because
you
we
can
know
slightly
what's there,
angle yourselves.
and so that we're
Yeah.
not going directly at his house again?
Yeah. You guys go slightly north. Yeah, because you guys went directly to the coast and then had to travel south a little bit before you even saw it. So, you guys are fine. All right.
lucky number 8.
Okay. So you guys start to travel in the direction that you took to get to Qatar's place, and then maybe about an hour or so before you'll hit the coast, you kind of veer northwards a little bit just to be safe. But you end up hitting the coast and continue heading north. Weather is a little balmy today, but nothing too outrageous. You guys travel for about 6 hours before you come across something just at the edge of your vision along the coast that it seems to almost be maybe a structure or a building of some sort way off, pretty much like on the water's edge in your guys' direction as you're traveling. I would say you guys aren't walking in the sand, so you guys are keeping to like the harder, grounded areas, so travel is a little easier for the horses. So it's not directly in front of you, but you can see it up ahead on the water's edge.
Okay. I guess we would approach it. You said it's 2 days travel, so
Yeah, you got a couple hours more of today's traveling to do.
Is it in the direction we're traveling, or it's
Yeah.
like we'd have to kind of veer off the path a little?
No, you guys are probably about maybe 60 or so feet from the water's edge to where it's harder and actual like dirt and ground, so the horses are having an okay time as you're traveling. This looks like it's almost built on the sand. You can't see from this distance what it is. It's just you see large wooden structure.
I could go fly over and check it out if we really wanted to.
I'd say you guys stopped as soon as you saw this.
How far away is the structure, you said?
Currently, right now, it's at the edge of your vision, so you're looking at about maybe a mile ahead of you.
Okay, so dark vision wouldn't help in this case because they're still too far away.
No, and it's still daylight.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like getting darker.
No, it's like 3 p.m.
Oh, okay.
And when Nori brings that up, Racha sort of just feels like she just wants to show off, doesn't she? With the being able to fly off.
That wasn't her thought at all.
You just hear Racha repeat it, but like, I could just fly and check it out.
Oh, sorry. Nori
Fuck
starts
off,
wondering
human.
when she should. Nori starts wondering, like, okay, how do I get to the point where I can take Racha for a flight without it endangering both of our lives? Because she's been wanting to turn into a giant eagle and take her for a flight, but she can't because you keep being in town.
Kaporan offers to just go ahead and check out this building. It doesn't seem... Well, it just seems like a distant building at the current... Right? You said...
From what you guys can see, it looks like some sort of structure. It actually looks like one larger one and then one smaller one right next to it.
I think we should approach it together as a group because we don't know what it is. We're still too far away from the village.
I'm fine with that. It doesn't seem menacing.
That doesn't mean anything good. Just because something doesn't seem menacing doesn't mean it isn't menacing.
Oren's feeling lucky. Let's go check it out.
Oh,
Are you feeling lucky, punk?
I mean, it was an 8. It's probably deadly.
Hey, the eight also got us the island. So
All right,
And I
But
rolled
that was
that.
because
So
that was on a D8, so it was like the max number.
you guys head forwards, while slowly approaching it. Once it gets within maybe about 300 feet from you guys, is when you can notice it's not actually a structure. It looks to be some sort of shipwreck. All you see is the keel of a boat, so it's the large portion of it, the large structure that you guys saw, is looks to be a decent sized boat. It's upside down, and then it looks like the front end is broken off and has fallen just a little bit of ways from it.
Since we were in a boat graveyard, do we recognize the type of boat, or like was it similar to the Qatar
It doesn't look like
junkyard?
any of the ship graveyards because it doesn't seem to be waterlogged. That could be because it's been sitting out in the sun, but you guys are too far away to really. It doesn't look, grimy, full of barnacles, and like a lot of them down there did look like.
Kapoin would like to approach it to investigate the.
You said we're 300 feet?
Yeah. And where you guys are, hold one second. You guys are currently at, it's not a cliff, but it's like a little embankment that's about 15 feet higher than the beach comes up to. So it's just a little bit down, but it's up ahead still.
I think we may want to check this out. It's wait, is it a large? It's a large ship, Val? Or
It's a
just
decent
kinda-
sized ship. It doesn't look to have any portholes for guns or anything like that, but maybe like a larger fishing vessel.
Give me a moment. I can, from a safe distance, call out loud enough so that someone will hear us, so we know if there's danger there or if someone's hurt.
We may not want to just go yelling in the wherever we are. We don't know who may be around otherwise.
We also could startle someone if they're injured or in danger if we just start approaching with a bunch of horse sounds.
You just want to get off the horses on the walk?
Yeah, we could do that, I guess.
We may, well, if anything, we should approach. I think we may want to stay on the horses if we do have to make a speedy escape, but otherwise, a stealth approach may be safer for us than a all-out call.
You want to stealth on horses.
We're on horses,
Yeah, I was
Kapoor,
gonna-
they're gonna hear us. We can't stealth.
I mean, we're on the path. I was like,
But we're also
I
on
don't know.
horses.
Is there like trees to tie the horses to, or no? This close to the coast, probably not.
No, there's no trees, but there are some decently large boulders, so you could, fashion something to keep them there.
The
I was
boulder does not like the idea of something being tied to him.
I was thinking I could do how large are like pitons? I could just do like hammer some pitons into the ground to like stake them to the spot.
If you have one for each horse, you could.
Yeah, I have like
I
10
think-
or something like that.
They're not going to be super secure because this area is, right next to the beach, so it's decently loose dirt and
For sure.
shale,
But
but it would at least be something.
it'd probably communicate to them that they shouldn't be moving.
Wait.
It'd also be a loud
they're
noise for
gonna
the
walk up there?
tink, tink, tink of you driving the pittons into the ground.
Can I just turn into a seagull and scout over it just to see? Is like, oh, is anything here going to? Is there anything there? Seagulls have a pretty good sense of smell. Just like, in general, like get a sense
You can
for
certainly
what the heck's
try.
happening. Oh boy.
I mean, I had the perfect idea, but,
What's the perfect idea? Calling out?
Yeah, I was gonna cast thaumaturgy and boom my voice,
Ah.
so we were far enough away.
You
Go
are
ahead,
next to the
turn me
beach,
into
though,
seagull.
so
Yeah. So, I guess I'm a seagull now.
Richa, fuck off, human.
From this distance, unless Nori said she wanted to somebody to come with her. Can I tell? Does it look like it has anything that I can repair and turn it into a magical giant boat?
From what you guys can see at this distance, it just looks like a destroyed boat. So, I mean, possibly over a long period of time, and maybe with some help, you could reform this boat, but you might need extra materials because probably some of it is washed away.
I'm referring to the boat that I summoned by repairing a singular spot.
Oh, you want to try that again? You could certainly try.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Like, is there a thing up on the top of this portion
Well,
of the boat?
the front half of the boat has broken off, and it's currently separated from the majority of it. And so, like where the figurehead would be, it's currently face down into the sand.
Gotcha. He's sort of relaxes at that. In all honesty.
All right, Seagull Nori, what are you doing?
Just flying over, flying around, maybe landing on the ship.
Okay.
If anything seems remotely sketchy, just get out of there.
No, I mean, as you're hanging around and doing things, besides the ocean water and the noise that your friends are making, no excess movement or noise is being created. Just the waves and ocean sounds. Other seagulls kind of just cawing at you. One kind of just looking weirdly at you.
I look at him back. And does this ship seem like it's a new shipwreck, or is this just an old shipwreck that has been sun bleached and essentially has nothing?
Well, like I said, it doesn't look like it has any large grimy areas. No large overgrowths on it of barnacle or anything like that. Inside, who knows? But at least the outside doesn't seem to be too. It doesn't look like it's very old in any sense, either being underwater or above water. It's not bleached enough to where like the color's gone. It's solid brown as far as colors go, with a very thin lining that's just barely sticking out of the sand of green. But the color's still there, so it hasn't bleached that out yet. You can see some of the wood where the water splashes up against it constantly. That part's still wet, but the rest of it's dry. It's got some barnacles on the bottom of it, on the keel, but not enough to picture stagnation underwater for long periods of time.
So it wasn't that one boat that jettisoned off into a strange direction?
No, that boat was a lot smaller than this one.
Okay. So this just seems like a fishing boat that crashed.
To a degree, yeah.
To a degree.
Well, crashing would instigate that it ran into something, whereas this one's upside down on a beach. So, like, it didn't run into the beach and then flip. You know what I mean?
I know just some people are very skilled. Yeah, I think I'll fly back and I'll... What?
Do a barrel roll.
I thought you said roll, and I'm like, what did I do?
No, it looks like if this thing did come apart, it did outsail on the water, but still floated its way onto the beach.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just fly back, land on my horse, turn back into me, and go. Yeah, it seems normal and fine. I don't see why we would. I don't know. It's nothing remarkable. Just a ship that crashed and washed up on shore. It's not very old. Doesn't have a lot of growth on it.
Okay. Well,
I still want to go check it out.
Did the best we could. We have to pass it on our way to the village anyway.
I mean, but I still suggest we leave the horses. You know what? Let's just do. It's fine. I'm sorry, I'm very tired.
Well, shaving takes a lot out of her.
Not even as a character, as a player. She's like, ugh, why don't you?
I have very bad insomnia, and I've gotten 5 hours max every night for the past like 2 weeks, so yay.
I'm sorry. I'm giving you a hug in my brain.
Brain hug. So you guys are just going up to the ship, or are you guys passing it?
With Nori semi-approval, we're heading up to the ship. On
Gabor
our
just
horses.
needs the
On the horses?
semi thumbs up, and he's like, "Let's fucking do it."
I'm for exploring it. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm
I
doing-
mean,
I'll do
it's
it.
it's on our way, so you know.
You guys all approach the ship with the horses. Probably keeping the horses on the little cliff edge, so that way it's, so they're not sinking into the sand at all. I'm guessing Richard rolled stealth.
Yeah, yeah, that was what it was. I stealthed, and Nori, I think, is the only one that sees me.
I saw that stealth roll though. That wasn't very good.
Yeah, but everyone's passive sucks besides Nori's.
What is-
My passives are pretty good.
Is it 19
what
good?
is-
No.
Okay.
Rachel, where are you going?
Richard has
literally-
hitched his horse to like someone else's horse, and so he's just like,
I'm just walking towards the thing with like everybody else, but I'm just doing it stealthily.
he's gotten low to the ground and is just like crab walking his way over to the ship.
Imagining the bird crab walking is so funny.
He's mimicking the seagull, so he's like hopping on 2 feet and pecking at the like seaweed that's washed up and stuff a little bit, and keeps going.
Finds a seltzer tablet someone put down on the floor. Blows up. Okay, so are you guys going inside or just looking from the outside? Like, because the wreckage is kind of all on top of itself. So, like, to really do any checking of anything, you'd have to get in there.
Yeah, Richard would go in carefully, of course, like making sure he doesn't trigger anything this time.
Orange kind of like has his rapier out, just kind of like, and is gonna climb in, see if if there's anything interesting inside the ship.
Just poking things with your sword.
Yeah, so not touching them with my hand.
As far as you guys going in here,
Learning.
the wreckage is severe. Obviously, this ship is not going to be seaworthy anytime soon. The front end had sheared off, but portions of the planks are slightly still connected, so looks like maybe the nose kind of ripped off as it came upon the shore. But there's about a 5-foot gap of where the front half has pulled apart from the main ship, and you guys push yourselves in, kind of, using your rapier to kind of take any splinters off of the wood so you don't stab yourself on accident. And you guys move in. There's a bunch of boxes kind of scattered throughout. This ship itself just seems to have a single main cargo hold in the main belly of the ship, and then the deck. So it's not a multi-tiered deck like some of the other ships you've been on. There's a bunch of wood splinters, and there's a little bit of water still in here as, tide rises and kind of gets some water trapped within. So some of the planks from probably long ago boxes that have been destroyed kind of still floating on the surface here. Water only goes up to about just over your foot, but then kind of recedes a little bit. But as the waves keep refilling, it kind of keeps that tide going. From just looking in here, there's probably about 6 or so boxes that are still intact and kind of shoved and thrown in different directions. One's actually wedged and up into the top left section as you kind of get into the space. There's looks like big rolls of fabric that are starting to mildew that are off to the side, and looks like just a bunch of seaweed has also garnered itself along different edges of the ship here, as well as in the corner there seems to be about 3 barrels that are still intact in the far off in the other corner that you guys have come in from. No bodies, there's no weapons or anything like that, but that's what you see when you walk in.
How much space is the inside of this?
From
Like,
side to
from
side,
wall to wall, yeah.
yeah, for width-wise, you're looking at about 15 feet. Lengthwise, to reach the other end, it's going to be about 25 feet. And then behind you, the nose section has a bunch of seaweed. It's got another like roll of fabric that isn't decaying, isn't mildewing as much as the other one because it's staying away from the water more. But there's about another 10 or so feet of space within the nose behind you.
Can Rachad's gonna pull out his extendo pole and sort of start brushing away the seaweed and cloth and stuff away from the nose and take a look in there.
Okay.
Orange.
Go ahead.
Oh, Caporn's pulled out his crowbar and is gonna go see if he can pop open these boxes and the barrels for last. He has
Okay.
high hopes for the.
As soon as Bryn sees that, she's going next to Kaporin, just in case he hurts himself.
Okay, so you're going into.
Yeah.
What about Nori and Rashi?
Rashi's gonna see everyone in there, and she will come up last, like behind everyone, but like kind of far enough away just in case something comes from behind or something explodes.
Okay.
There's like at least 5 feet of distance between everyone in front of her and her.
Well, Rachad's going back to the nose, while Kaporin and Bryn are going further in. So they're going in two opposite directions.
Well, given what happened last time Rachad was alone on a boat, she's gonna follow Rachad to make sure he doesn't, bring anything back from any.
It happened one
plane.
time.
Yeah,
That one very awful,
That was
horrible,
very,
no
very
good, bad
big.
time. To paraphrase from a book series.
Nori, where do you want to be?
I'll go in, but I'm staying near the exit and just kind of keeping an ear open for anything.
Okay.
Just listening to a little bit on high alert because she's had bad experiences with ocean in general and boats.
Yeah. So, Rachad, you start to poke and prod. The cloth, the wrapped up cloth that you have here, it's fucking heavy. And it's pretty thick. So you're guessing this is probably extra mast material. With your extendo pole, are you trying to lift it?
I'm more just trying to like brush the seaweed away to see if I could see further to the back of
Oh, the
behind
seaweed's
it.
like stuck in the corner. Like it's all clumped up in like the very tip of the nose.
Gotcha. I was thinking it was like draping and keeping things hidden back there. But
No,
basically, I want to look back there though. Is what I was hoping to do.
So you're still going to try and poke the seaweed around, or are you trying to go behind the cloth? Because the seaweed is like, there's like a large, just like chunk of it that goes from the nose and like kind of just maybe like a good 4-foot mass of it. Just it's all like been pushed in here over and over and over again. So
Yeah, he'll be trying to like sort of work that out with the pole, the seaweed, and
okay.
and try to see what's behind this massive pile of cloth. Probably moving the cloth as best he can too, but I'm sure it's too heavy to move with the pole.
All right. Does a 20 hit, Richo?
Yes, it does.
As you start to poke into the seaweed, and you hit something that's a lot harder than you thought seaweed would be. And you kind of poke it again. And as you do so, you see just an opening form in the seaweed of a mouth. And this one tendril whips out and wraps around you. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Is this ship a freaking mimic? Are you?
I mean, could be, or it could just be stuff that's stowed away hiding.
See, the problem with this is I don't actually have like the health and potentially ability scores of my extra 3 levels, but it's going to take me some time to actually decide that stuff.
Wait, why is Nori rolling a 16.14?
I don't know. That's it. I
It's
rolled a 16.
there's a setting on D&D Beyond where it will break ties for initiative rolls if you have the setting turned on. So if two people roll a 16, if someone rolled like a 16.4 versus a 16.5, then the 0.5 will go for.
Interesting.
Oh, because Rashi got a 14. Wait, who got the 8? Who got the other 18?
I rolled a 14 plus 2, so I got a 6.14.
I rolled the 16 plus 2, so I got an 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't. It's something. 3. Oh.
21. My mouse keeps dying on me randomly, and it's weird.
As if you might need to replace the battery.
I feel like I just did that, although I use it for every session, so I don't know.
I don't know. I use my wireless mouse all the time, but because I don't do a lot, my battery lasts for like years.
All right, so 25 to 20.
Orion, 21.
19 to 15.
Nori has an 18.
Rashi has a 16, I guess.
14 to 10.
Richard with a 12. I'm just gonna roll 3d8s to like simulate my extra health for now. I haven't decided to have the extra health.
Gotcha. It actually doesn't really matter because your level up will only take effect once you finish a long rest.
Oh, okay, that works too then. Yeah.
Wish Corn rolled that dice.
You had the chance. 9 to 5. Oh wait, that's everybody. No, Bryn. Bryn's still.
I got a 3.
Oh, 3.
That was a natural 1.
Bryn sneezes at the
Aside.
start of all this.
It's Dusty.
Alright, so currently, Racha, you are grappled and restrained.
And that's it. I didn't take damage or anything from it.
Not on that one, no. You have disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Alright, brings us to the top of the round, Kaporin.
This is so rare, and Kaporin feels honored. Kaporin. So Racha's here at the top of the ship, or at the where we entered. Technically.
Yeah, so you guys went in right where Nori's at is the entrance that you guys, but the front end is kind of broken off and has a little bit of space for you guys to squeeze in. And so Racha went to the front end of the ship while you started walking to the back with Bryn.
Okay. Just double checking something real quick. Kaporin is going to. Okay, I can do that as a bonus action. You shatter, into the seaweed. Oh wait, is that 60? What's our distance from him currently?
From Racha,
60 feet.
you're only about 30 feet or so.
30 feet. Okay. Kaporin's gonna use a second level shatter in the seaweed.
It's gonna hit Racha as well.
Not well. I guess did the thing pull me to it because I was poking it with a 10-foot pole, so I'm technically 10 feet away from it.
Yeah, you got reeled in.
Oh, you got reeled in. Okay, if you got reeled in, then everyone. Oh, there's a second creature. Lovely.
Shatter has a big radius.
Yeah, Shatter has a 10-foot radius. If Rachel didn't get pulled in, then yeah. But Mantle of Inspiration for everyone. So move up to. So everyone can make a move up to full speed, and they gain 8 health, 8 temp health. And Corn doesn't really have any other attack spells.
Can I try to use my reaction from that to break the grapple, or no?
You got to use an action. But everyone else, you have the ability to move up to your full speed if you'd like.
Full speed and 8 temp health points.
Yep. So would
And
anybody like
Kapoor-
to move right now? Technically, once you do that, Kapoor, and everyone else has the chance immediately to do it, besides you, obviously. So,
You know,
if anyone wants to move, now's the time.
Racha is doing his best.
He's wiggling.
Rashi would move up behind Racha, seeing that he got pulled forward. But that's as far as I'm going to move for the moment.
Nori?
ready for battle.
I can't see myself. Also, I don't think there's anything I can do with movement. How far away am I from him?
From Kapoor or Racha?
We're at Chop.
About 20 feet.
Yeah, I'll. And then where am I in?
You're in
ship-wise?
between.
Am I just?
You're right where the ship cracked open.
Okay, so I'm right near the exit.
Yeah, you
Okay.
have the exit on either sides of you, and you have Racha and Rashi in towards the front of the ship, and you have Bryn and Kapoor towards the middle of the ship.
I want to move so I'm not in the way of the door. A little off to the side. Sorry, I'm trying to imagine everything. So a little off to the
Open
side.
your eyes.
But
Noah's
there we
point.
go.
Noah brought his
Open
iPad.
your
Okay.
Nori.
I cannot see that.
Angle it a little
I
up
see a
because
dead Saren.
it's
there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just stay where I am, but not where a little away from the opening, so I'm not blocking anything.
well. There's two openings: the one to your left and to your right. So, even
The one I'm standing close to,
okay.
just a little closer to Racha, away from the opening, so that if people need to escape, they can.
You can also full screen my screen if you want to see it better.
I'm okay. I think with whatever we're fighting, I will not be needing a map. I have spells. So thank you.
COVID times. Got to get interesting in how you do things.
I miss my laptop. R.I.P.
But if no one else is gonna move, Kaporan's just gonna already second level shatter in the case of something else attacks them or something else comes into their view, or Racha is able to break out of his hold and he can attack it.
Is your mantle a bonus actionable thing?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you can hold your action. All right.
You could use a cantrip or something. Or, yeah.
Oh, you said he's holding shatter, so he's holding shatter. All right, that brings us down to Nori.
Do we see the thing that grabbed him?
Looks like a giant thing of seaweed that currently made him go, yeah.
Can I try to cast Dissonant Whispers on this thing?
Dissonant Whispers, 1 second.
You whisper a dissonant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear. The range is 60 feet.
Does it need to be able to hear?
It does. And it can't hear?
You don't know.
Well, I cast a spell. It's only at a first level, so it's not bad. If it fails.
Doesn't seem to make any registry.
All right. Then I'm just gonna throw produce flame at the thing.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Now roll decent. I rolled a 4. 12. Fuck me.
Unfortunately, no, does not. It actually kind of hits it, but the wet seaweed just makes it sizzle.
That would be the end of my turn.
All right, and in Nori's turn, we got Rashi.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading through a couple of spells trying to figure out if I wanted to do a spell or not, and my screen keeps going black every time D&D someone does something on D&D Beyond, so it's irritating. Okay, I am going to. Okay, so I was close enough to Rachad. Did I see what came, like the tentacle come out and like grab him?
Well,
or
you
the
see it
tentacle come
now,
out
and,
grab
and
him?
the clump of seaweed has a mouth that is currently opened and salivating towards Racha.
Oh, okay. All I got is shambling mound, which is equally disturbing to me. But okay. But I saw the tendrils of seaweed come out and grab him, and then I see the mouth, and I'm like, oh, that's gross. Okay.
Yeah, it's still wrapped around Racha too.
Okay. Is there enough space to like get up if I wanted to like melee hit it?
Currently, no. Racha is occupying the really only available space, since there's a large conglomeration of excess sail that is taking up the rest of this space, and the creature is in the very pointed nose of this ship.
Okay, excellent. Then that makes my choice.
So, what would you like to do?
I'm casting the spell right now. Hold on. Okay, so I got a 22 to hit. I don't know what the lag time is for showing up.
What spell are you casting?
I'm casting a second level guiding bolt.
Okay.
It's a ranged spell.
Yeah.
It's got a very long range, but it rolled 20.
22 does hit.
Okay, so what it does is I am doing 5d6 radiant damage to it, and the next attack roll made against the target before the end of my next turn has advantage because it's has like a glittering light around the target.
Yeah, the bright light that shoots out from you impacting it now kind of glows around this creature.
The child feels oddly comforted now. It's just like, oh, that's so pretty.
Mass
Wow, there is such
conglomeration
a lag on
of seaweed
Beyond right now.
that is now vibrantly glowing.
Yeah, it's like if Rachel thinks it's like this is an okay to go.
So
if I gotta
16.
die. 16 damage?
Yes.
Alright.
And as because I already the movement doesn't count against my movement with Kaporan's spell, right?
Yeah, Kaporan's spell movement is done.
Okay, I didn't know if that counted against my whole thing. So since I didn't move, can I cast do a bonus action still?
Yeah, you can do a cantrip or a bonus action spell.
Okay, cool. My bonus action spell is casting spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's not enough space for it to inhabit because currently it's the creature, and then Racha, and Racha's kind of filling up that space. So where would you like to put it?
Oh. Okay, so it like inhabits its own 5-foot space. Dang it. Well, it says within 5 feet of the weapon. Can the weapon like hover 5 feet above it?
No, it's like I said, it's in the very tip of the boat. So, like, think of a funnel. It's at the very bottom of the funnel, and
Oh,
the
okay.
space right in front of it is taken up by Rachaw and a large mound of sails.
Oh, okay. I'm not very good at picturing images of boats. Okay. Let's see then.
So the closest to that creature that you can get it is having it right next to you.
Oh, that doesn't help. Okay. Okay. You said I could do a cantrip, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I rescind me casting the spiritual weapon and cast a cantrip instead?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame.
All right. This is a save, right?
Yes, it has to make a dex save.
All right. That's an 18.
Damn it, it made it save. Okay. Well, it didn't do anything then.
All right. You staying there?
Yes, just in case I need to, like, heal Rachaw.
Okay.
Or help pull him free.
So with that, the creature in front of you, Rachaw, is going to make a bite at you.
He's just like, yeah.
Man, these player killer dices. I swear. That's a natural 20.
Can I just give you my dice luck, please?
Yeah,
Do
can
you
we
want
get
it?
rid of-
Because I don't want it.
I mean, you can just stop rolling those dice, and then, problem solved.
Luckily, it's
I don't
pretty
wanna
low
get- I don't-
rolls. So that's only...
Can he dodge it too, or no?
Yeah, it's part of your feat. Part of your class.
Cool.
So that would be 30 points of damage, reduced to half. It's now going to unfurl the other 5 tentacles it has.
Oh boy.
One reaching out to you, Rashi. That is a 16 to hit. I don't think that hits.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
One to you, Nori. That's a natural 20, so a 27 to hit.
Yeah, that hits, believe it or not.
So you are grappled and restrained.
Joy.
Okay, one to you, Kaporin. That's a 19 to hit.
It hits.
You are grappled and restrained. One to you, Bryn. Another natural 20.
No, throw away those dice. No.
That's 27 to hit.
No.
You are grappled and restrained.
So basically, Rashi's the only free one at this moment.
Yes. And you can pop Shatter off if you like.
What's the space in between me and Nori? And
just
me.
I would have to make you roll for it too because Rachaw is currently in front of this creature. So unless you're making Rachaw the center point of this.
Well, he did say, or if something attacks him or comes at him too, so he could throw it at the one that grabbed him if you.
At the tendril.
Or
So
I assumed it was the other roper that did it, or
Nope,
whatever.
it's the one next to you.
Too, but okay.
Yeah, it's a roper. It's an aquatic roper.
What the hell's a roper?
I've actually called it a coral roper, but
That's fine.
But yeah, it has 6 tendrils. So
At least it's not a shambling mound.
So, I mean, yeah, you can shoot at at the tendril that's coming at you if you'd like.
Yeah, so basically I want to throw the spell in the space between Nori, me, and Bryn. Like,
okay,
just so it damages the tentacles that are reaching out from me and Bryn.
Even if you put it in the middle of you guys, gonna hit all three of you. So it's either move it slightly towards Nori or slightly towards yourself. Moving it towards Nori, only Nori's gonna get hit. Moving it towards yourselves, it's you and Bryn.
You gave me extra HP.
I mean, we all got extra HP, didn't we?
Yeah, but parent didn't. So if you want to do it, I'll take the hit.
So I drew on the board. So it's kind of the tentacles are all like that, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that means that I can actually hit them, technically, or try to.
Shit. It's 3d8 of damage.
What do you want to do?
I'll make a con save. Maximum take 24 damage. I'll be okay.
Crap. Fine, Kaporin, because he's trying to get it to not hold on to him.
All right.
Oh, wait, what is that? Well, that was the damage roll.
Is it 16 con save?
Yep.
Yeah, 6.
Con.
16.
I rolled a 6. How much damage did I take?
That's 11 points of damage. It's half for a save, right?
Yes.
Is there any
It's
other
half for a
any other effects to shatter?
I'll throw it. I'll throw it up just in
Objects
case.
are
'Cause
destroyed.
Yeah, I was gonna say it blows up the ship.
Oh no!
Oh, crab.
All right, well, that's going on. Go ahead and ping it in chat so I can read it. Fire damage on a field save or have as much as successful.
As much damage on a successful creature made of inorganic material such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage.
Okay, so it's 11 points of damage to the ship around.
Wonderful.
Nope. Ship fails its
boy.
con save.
I'm amazed that ships have con.
I was doing it more of to see
Hardness?
if the ship was within structural integrity to withstand said damage, and it rolled a 4.
Oh boy.
So
There are 2 of these
so
technically things on the board. Is there a second one that's like hiding somewhere?
we'll get to things.
Okay.
As Shatter goes off, a large section of the ship directly next to you, Nori, caves in, and Bryn and Kaporin, you guys are now walled in on your side
Are
of the
they
ship.
still grappled as well by the tentacles and walled in?
No, the tentacles are retreating.
I don't know how to erase stuff. Thank you.
All right, and with that, Nori, you get reeled in.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
That's okay.
At least it wasn't max damage.
That's true. And with the extra HP you gave me, you only technically did 3 damage. That's great.
Kaporin, I had that plan. That was totally planned.
All right, so that's going to end its turn, bringing us to Rachel.
I have to keep Zoom open. Then, so I had the pole in my hand. Am I gonna have to swap to my sword?
If you want to put the pull away, yes. If you just want to drop the pull, then you can do it as a free action.
Yeah, he'd probably just drop the pole because it's now a combat situation. He's not about to need that at anytime soon.
Shove the
and
pull
so-
right up its arse.
He'll pull out his short sword and then just sort of, to the best of his ability, like jab this thing in the mouth, just because he's struggling, but from the distance it pulled me in from, and I just watched it grab onto Brandon Koparin. I'm not getting away from this thing probably, even if I do get out of its grasp. So he's gonna try and just go dive head in,
All
sort
right,
of deal.
go ahead and roll. Unfortunately, you kind of stab in with the short sword into this massive seaweed, and it kind of goes in, but doesn't seem to register damage.
That's pretty much all he can do. Can he bonus action hide inside its own leaves?
Not quite. All right. Bryn, Kaporin. First for Bryn.
Hi.
That is a 14 to hit.
Nope.
And Kaporin, that is a 19 to hit.
It hits.
So as you guys just got tentacled up, Kaporin released the spell, causing a ship cave-in of sorts in front of you. The tendrils recede through the wreckage, and then you guys are like, whew. And then you hear as from behind you, the tendril kind of slaps against your armor as you kind of like lunge forward. And Kaporin, you kind of just being like, oh shit, what did I just do? Feel it just wrap around your mid-waist before you get yanked backwards 25 feet. Is going to make a bite attack at you. That is only a 14 to hit.
Only hits.
All of a sudden, you became a native of Fargo or Minnesota?
Two,
Like those random accent flares.
16. That's 20 points of piercing damage.
There goes like a third of my health.
All right. That ends its turn, bringing us to Bryn.
Oh my gosh, it's finally my turn.
Oh, and you are grappled and restrained, Kaporin.
Seeing that she's gonna, I guess, is the arm extending away from the creature, like the part that's, I guess, is there a place where she can try to slash through the goddamn thing?
Nope.
No, it's just he's in the.
It tried grabbing you, failed, and retracted its arm. And
What about
then
with the foreign?
It's wrapped around him.
Oh, so but he's like connected to.
Yeah,
the
this other roper is in the other funneled corner in the back. So just like Racha is taking up the space in front of him, Kaporin is taking up the space in front of this one.
Okay.
So the only real tendril that you can see is the part that's wrapped around Kaporin.
Would I be able
But
to help?
there is, since there is no sails back here, there are the 3 barrels that are wedged here, so you could possibly move them out of the way to get up next to them, but currently there are 3 barrels that are blocking being side by side.
Would I be able to help him or try to get him out or get him ungrappled or something like that? I'm like being right here.
You can hold your action to help him try and escape. If you want to try and rip the tendrils off, it would be a strength check. The DC would be higher since you're trying to outwardly pull the tendrils off of him.
Well,
But it's still doable.
I guess let's try that.
Okay,
Do this.
go ahead and roll a strength check. Unfortunately, as you kind of like get your fingers down underneath the tendrils and start to pull away, you just hear the strain of Kaporin's armor getting squished against him on the other side.
Damn. Okay.
So you still have a little bit of movement left if you'd like, but unless you have a bonus action you want to do.
No, she's just gonna
Just wait there.
she'll stand a little bit. She'll back up a little bit, just so in case Kaporn does get out of its grasp, he has somewhere to move to.
Okay.
So she's not like right behind him.
All right. That brings us to the top of the round. Kaporin.
Cool. Can Dimension Door, do I have to actively walk through it, or can I just appear and it takes me? Or does it, or because I'm in this creature's grasp, it won't just like whoosh me away? I can pop up Dimension Door if you need to see it too.
I'm looking at it right now. It just says that you teleport yourself, so yeah, you could. I think if you bring others with you, you have to physically go through something.
Okay. That's how it's gonna be. Kaporin will.
What would you like to do?
Sorry. Is either that one or another one?
And Nori,
Kaporin's
you're
gonna-
coming up next.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying Nori's up next.
Oh, okay. What is it to break out of the grapple?
Yeah.
Is that a strength check?
Oh, you want to break out of the grapple? Yeah, it'd be a strength
Yeah,
check.
I will. Okay. What's dexterity?
Not quite.
Yeah,
You kind of
I
like
figured.
reach down to the tendrils and start to pull on them, and then they're really slimy, and you're just like, ugh. And you kind of like recoil from it a little bit, and just like, yeah, no, not touching those.
Point. Then I'll just bonus action vicious mockery.
Okay.
You slimy creature! No one even would want to touch you with a 10-foot pole. Although Rachel just did on the other side. If I can't get out of it, might as well do damage to it.
You release the spell, and it has no registry.
Oh, wonderful.
This creature does not have ears to hear anything. All right.
I'll try.
So that ends your turn. Nori, before the beginning of your turn, Bryn and Kaporin, you guys are there. And Nori, Rashi, Racha, you see a little bit of this too, but you hear a large as waves start to pound against the outside of the ship. Doesn't really affect you guys that are on the outside of the caved-in area. But Bryn and Kaporin, the water fills up in this area, and you are now knee-deep in water. And it's not going away.
Love that. Love that so much.
All right, Nori.
Are they fully trapped?
Yeah, you guys can't see or hear them.
Oh dear. Okay, that's a problem. All right. I'm being held by this thing, right?
Yes.
Nori's going to reach down her hand, grab at this horrible little tentacle, and cast Blight.
Okay.
This thing needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Con is a 19.
Plants do have disadvantage on it. I don't think it's a plant, but I
It's
would
not
like
a plant.
to. He still
It
takes
is a
half.
monstrosity.
Fun. So he's gonna take 8d8 of necrotic, which
Okay.
it's going to be halved. And I rolled. Oh boy. So 28 halved to 14.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna throw another produce flame at this guy. I'm mad.
All right.
Now roll well. Hey, it's a 19. And then only 5, but
Reduced to half.
ooh, fun. Resistant to fire. But I sucked its life and vitality away and then burned it. And that was my turn.
Roger that. That brings us to Rashi.
All right, cool. Since I'm literally right next to Nori, I'm gonna touch her and cast Freedom of Movement, so that she's no longer grappled by the thingy. If she spends 5 foot of her movement, that is.
Thank you.
And
Shaw just never gets any love. No, I'm kidding.
no, I was
just totally
debating
playing.
between the two of them, but I figured Rachel would stay there and fight it, so he would probably get re-grappled again. Nori's a
I know.
caster.
I'm just totally kidding.
Rude. Rachel never gets any love because he does stupid shit. I'm just kidding. He was using the pole. That was really smart to like use the pole to poke around. Okay, so that is a. So that was a whole action. I'm not moving away. So I can try, since I haven't moved. No, wait. I can't attack the attack the
Not with a
tentacle
melee,
thing that's
no.
around. No, okay, that's what I thought.
And also, you already cast a spell, so you wouldn't be able to do an attack.
That's true. But I can do a bonus action or a cantrip, right?
Yes.
Still learning the
Anything else?
yeah, I'm sorry. I have to like switch back and forth between windows. I'm gonna cast Word of Radiance. It's a cantrip. It needs to make a con save, which it'll probably do, but you never know.
That is a 13.
Haha! It failed! Yay! I needed to make a 14. Okay, so it takes 2d6 damage, and it's supposed to let me roll it in here, but I think I have to go to roll 20 and do it that way. Nope, never mind, there it goes. That sucked ass, but okay. It's better than nothing. And you hear Rashi mutter the word Hammerhand. It's her word of radiance. It's her Valor's last name. That's her divine word that she says when she casts that spell.
All right.
It took very poor damage, though.
Every little bit helps. Okay, that
It
ends
is
your turn.
radiant. It is radiant damage too, so I don't know if that makes a difference. But yes, that would be my turn.
All right. So after your turn, it's gonna make a tendril attack at Rashi. That is only a 14 to hit, so it doesn't hit. Okay, it's gonna use. Well, it's got how many tendrils left? Okay, so it has 3 tendrils So, Racha and Nori, you guys see as this seaweed creature flops down from its little perch in the corner, so that way it's on the actual sand in front of Racha, and then it just into the sand, leaving a majority of the seaweed behind. Racha, it is going to reel you in.
Uh-oh.
So you impact the sand and then start to get pulled crushingly into the sand. You're currently 10 feet underground. From the damage of the pull, you only take 3 points of bludgeoning damage. But that's going to end its turn, bringing it to you, Racha.
Well, now that he's kind of like blinded and stuff and can't really see this thing and doesn't know how far away it is or whatever, can I like whatever's around me? Can I try and like detach it from it so like I can sort of like slice myself free from this thing?
Yeah, as you're like the first impact into the sand and getting kind of like pulled into it was the damaging part. But now that you're underneath it, you have a bit of movement around you. The sand, it pulled you down behind it, so the sand has been kind of churned. So it's a lot softer, and it's like swimming in tar, but you can still move at least.
Yeah, I figured. So yeah, that since I wouldn't be able to see where it is or whatever, I'm gonna just like try and slice myself free with my short sword from whatever's holding on to me and try and move myself up.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Unfortunately, you kind of put the sword to the tendril and kind of try to do a sawing motion, but it doesn't seem to be making its way through at all.
You guys hear a muffled "Fuck off, human!" from underneath the sand.
All right, and your turn.
Uh,
Take that as a yes.
He's checking his bonus actions and such.
Gotcha.
He just got muted in the middle of that sentence.
Yeah. Remember, guys, during your turn, you can turn off the push to talk, so that way you can look at different screens or your player models or whatever you need to do.
yeah, that's gonna be his turn. He doesn't have many bonus actions.
Okay. That brings us over to the roper next to you guys. One tendril going to come at you, Bryn. That's a 14.
Still no.
We're going to have a bite at you, Kaporin. That's a 24.
It likes its prey big and beefy, apparently.
It likes thick ponies, huh?
Bryn has too much hair.
What are you counting, Val?
That's 27 points of piercing damage.
Lovely. Okay.
With that... it's not going to move, so it's going to use its other tendrils to try and get Bryn. 15 doesn't hit. Does a 20 hit?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, you are now grappled and restrained. But uses everything, so no reel, and that ends its turn. You've seen this thing take 2 big bites out of Kaporin. And it's your turn, Bryn.
Right.
And you do see the tendril that is wrapped around you and is extended in front of you.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to decide if I try to hit the thing or I just escape it.
Kaporn, you're on deck after this.
I was hoping it wasn't gonna grapple me, but that's fine. I will try to just break the hold with a strength check, I
So
think.
just a strength check? Okay.
Yeah.
I've actually been forgetting this, guys, so remember this if you do try to get yourself out. You guys have disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws. So you can roll a strength check. Just disadvantage.
Except for Nora,
Why?
because she's free now.
That's part of the
we have to-
tendril.
Okay. But I've got freedom of movement, so I'll be okay, correct?
Ideally,
Yeah, freedom of movement makes you automatically succeed just spending 5 movement.
Yeah, we'll still go with the disadvantage strength
Okay.
check, I guess.
Go ahead and roll. Fortunately, the tendrils are just a bit too slimy, a bit too robust for you to wedge yourself free in any way.
Can I action surge to try to attack the tendril and then instead?
Yep.
Okay. We shall do that.
Go for it. That hits. And you shear the tendril entwine, and the portion that is currently holding you just flops to the floor,
Ah, I should have done that first. Oh well.
kind of as it falls into the water and just starts floating on top.
Does it let go of Kaporn because
No.
it's so injured?
No. You don't know what ropers are. Ropers can regrow their tendrils.
And then I get a second attack since I took the attack action. Am I able to get to Kaporin? Or
Yeah, you can get to Kaporin. You won't be able to attack the tendril that's extended out from him because it's on the front end.
gotcha?
You would have to attack the tendril that's around him.
Oh god, I don't want to hurt Kaporin anymore, but that's also the only way to get him out at this point, I feel. So I will. God, I'm sorry, Kaporin, if this fails. I'll try that.
Okay, so go ahead and roll an attack. If it is under 13, you hit Kaporin.
Yeah, cool, cool.
I mean, there are lots of people in the party with lots of healing, so we might be able to save him.
That does hit. Go ahead and roll damage. You slide your long sword to hit all the four wrappings of tendril that are around him. And you feel it go through, and you try and pull back just at the last second, and it's hanging on by a thread before it snaps, and Kaporin kind of splashes into the water. And the tendril's just falling and floating on top.
Woohoo! Good.
I almost had this actually happen to me just right now.
Hey, you're the one that put it up. Okay, so that would end your turn, I think.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Kaporin. Nori, you're on deck.
Kaporin is dimension dooring out of there. So he's gonna throw dimension door behind Bryn, and we're gonna walk through.
Okay.
I'm placing ourselves outside, next to the horses.
Okay.
Isn't that far away?
Wait, I thought we brought the horses up to the ship.
To a degree, you guys left them on top of the little embankment that's above.
Yeah, they're like 300 feet away or
No,
something.
no, no. They're more like 60 feet away from the front of the ship. So
Then
you guys are off the board right
if anything. Oh, okay.
now. You're not too far off the board. You can do well. Kaporn would need 2 turns to run that far, but Bryn could get there in 1 turn. If you only attuned to the necklace, you could have just teleported.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that was this morning. I don't think we've had time for him to attune to the necklace yet.
Yeah, there was that hour of waiting for Shaw's leather working. I said you could attune to it then.
Yeah, I just...
All right. So you dimension door you and Bryn away. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, Kaporn doesn't have anything else. He could cast... Just if Bryn wants to, Mantle of Majesty, if she wants to go running back in there. She'll have full movement. And... Wait, has Bryn taken damage since the beginning of this?
No.
No. Then actually, Kaporn will just give her Bardic for any rolls and say, as he's laying there kind of like strewed out on 12 hit points, it's like, save our friends.
It sits
So
down
you
next
have
to the
Bardic.
pony. Draft horse. Okay, so the end of Kaporn's turn. The waves crash against the ship itself once more. Water kind of rises and falls a little bit. Now it's Nori's turn.
Oh boy, and this thing has just pulled Richa under.
Currently, Ratra's underground.
Is Richa's staff still on the ground? The
His
10-foot
pokey
long
stick?
one?
Yeah.
His pokey stick. Can I take his pokey stick and shove it down to the ground to try to
Yeah, sure.
have a place for him to grab? Yeah, there's nothing else I can do, so why not do that?
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Oh boy.
Do you know the safe word?
No. I rolled a 5!
Okay. What's an improvised weapon roll again?
What?
Roll for an improvised weapon.
I have no idea how to do
Usually,
that.
I want to say it's usually just 1 plus your strength with an improvised weapon, but it could be a D4.
If it's 1 plus my strength, that is a 0.
You have a negative strength then, I'm guessing?
I have a -1 to strength. Nori is not strong.
Just roll a d4 then.
Okay.
See,
D4.
I don't know why.
Rolo. What did I roll? I rolled a 3. So it'd be a 3 minus... That's a 2.
You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as just... Dink! Nora, you feel it hit something hard.
That is correct. It is a D4. I just looked it up.
So you have a metal pole that has just impacted the top of your head.
Okay, and then I'm gonna wait to see if anything moves, and then try to pull it up. But because there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of stuck with my spells. Because the one that would be able to work best is the thing doesn't have ears.
Yep. All right.
So I'm going to wait. And if something changes, I might have to wild shape into a giant badger and try to dig him out.
Okay. Rashi, that brings us to you.
Okay, so we can't see him at all. He's completely under the ground.
Yep.
Okay. Poopykins.
Nori could tell you she poked something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have said, I hit something. It may be Richard, it may be the monster. I'm unsure.
What kind of... Would it be a medicine roll or a perception roll to see how badly Nori is injured? Because I know she took some damage.
It'd be a medicine check.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a medicine check. A moment to see.
Nori looks pretty fine.
Yeah, she
Okay.
didn't get out of those tendrils, though.
I'm still gonna roll though.
Oh, I didn't? I thought I did.
No,
You don't
you
auto...
do not spend.
Yeah, you didn't...
You have to
Did I not?
spend 5 movement.
I thought I did. Did I not?
No,
you didn't say you
that
were
was your
spending a
first.
movement.
Yeah, that was your first turn since you had gotten it, so you would have
God
definitely
damn.
not had done it yet.
Well, I rolled
It
a
was a little
21.
confusing though because I got dragged in, so because you didn't get dragged in, I could see where you forgot it, but for sure, you haven't. You
Yeah, I
haven't
thought
done
I
it
did.
Nope.
Because I got up to go grab the what's it called, the stick.
Yeah, it's
True.
you're since you have freedom of movement, you're not getting restrained anymore. That auto happens, but you're still grappled.
Okay,
So
I guess I'm still grappled then. But if I'm
I
down
would
there,
say you're smart enough to have gotten out of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is my exhausted brain. I apologize.
No, that's good. So I rolled a 21 on a medicine check.
Yeah,
Nori, how are you doing?
She looks okay. I mean, as far as
Okay.
damage taken, she's not suffering any damage. I literally all she did was get pulled in and
Okay.
got blasted a little bit with some thunder.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't looking at roll 20 because I was trying to plan my roll, so I don't know how much damage she exactly took. So
Yeah.
In battle, you wouldn't just know someone's hit points. You'd be like, you look like you're hurting or whatever.
Hey, you look kind
okay,
of fucked up.
Yeah, I'd be like, as Richard would say. Well, poop. Can I don't have like. Wait, actually, do I have a shovel? I don't know. Let me see. I don't know why I would, but maybe Richard is rubbing off on me. I don't know. No, I do not have a shovel.
What, the klepto?
Yeah, no, just having random things that eventually come in handy. Could I try and? Well, how deep is the sand? Like the sand. We're standing on the sand, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Okay.
beachhead, so you would assume it's pretty deep.
Okay, can I? Like, I saw Richard get sucked in. Can I try like digging? Try to see if I can dig him out.
Yeah, with just your hands.
I mean, I can't use a mace to dig anybody out. That's not shovel shaped.
Yeah,
And I don't
go
have
ahead
any-
and make a athletics check for me.
Okay, and I don't have any spells that would help. I do, but I used it on Nori, and I only have 1 4th level spell right now. So let's see.
Stone shape.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it would not work on sand.
I know but I have other spells I could cast 4th level though. You said athletics. I keep wanting to hit acrobatics for some reason. It's a completely different skill, which is about the same for me actually. So let's see. Did I make it? I don't know. That's not too bad. It's a 14. If it decides it wants to pop up today.
So you get down around kind of where Nori has jammed the pool down into the ground where Chaw was last seen, and scooping out as much sand as you can. You get about 2 feet down in, but you don't see no feathers yet.
She says shit in Elven because we've established that she curses. When she curses, it's in Elven. It's not in common.
That's about right.
Shit. We don't know how she learned filthy Elven words, but somehow she knows filthy Elven words. Actually, I do know. It's just
Living on the lamb.
I imagine there might have been some half elves on the thing that taught her Elven. But yeah.
All right. So does that end your turn?
I mean, I can cast a bonus action, but without anything to hit, it just seems like a waste of a spell. So, yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying to dig, I guess.
Okay.
Because we don't know that there's water filling up the other side of the ship, right? Because
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, Racha, you get reeled in further until you are face to face with this creature. So you go down another 10 feet. And it's going to make a bite attack at you. Oops. That is a... Oops, there it is. Okay. 25 to hit.
Definitely hits.
So that's 19 points of piercing damage.
I will uncanny dodge to the best of my ability.
Kicking and screaming. Just constant hurricane kicking its face as it's starting to munch on your legs.
Does that make it 10 or 9?
We round up, so it'd be 10. Okay. Fortunately, can only make one bite attack a turn, so. And its tendrils are no longer around Nori, so yeah. That's going to end its turn, bringing us to Racha.
I will slice at this tendril again.
Go for it. That hits. With that, both of them. You
That first one was an accidental second to hit.
Gotcha. Well, either way, you slide the short sword in between your body and the tendril, and just kind of repeat the sawing motion in the small groove you've started up, and with that, it releases you from its grasp.
And so I'm like right up next to it. It didn't move away from me again, or no?
Nope, it's right there.
All right, so then I will spend my bonus action to disengage from it and swim up with as much movement as I can.
Okay, so it is difficult terrain, so you're moving half speed.
I figured, so 15 feet back up, and so...
So you get about 10
said
feet
I
up,
was-
and then you see the metal pole that impacted your head.
I will continue climbing, but I will grab onto the pole as I'm climbing, kind of thing, as a direction towards something.
Okay. Nora, you feel a slight tug on the metal pole.
Try to help pull him up, even though I'm not strong.
Oh yeah, you have to do that on your turn. Okay, so at the end of that brings us to the other creature.
Everyone else's Roll20 just got a big black screen too, right? Except for Nori. Sorry. But okay, I just wanted to be sure because I just tabbed over and it's just black screen.
Yep. You guys no longer see what's going on inside that area. All right, so yeah, that's going to end its turn. Bring us to Bryn.
I guess I'm gonna go dash over and find them.
Okay, using your full movement plus your dash, you would end up getting to... right about there. That's use your movement getting down the 15-foot decline onto the beach, and then using the rest of your dash to get to the opening. So you can start to see inside, and you see the back of Nori and Rashi. All right. Bring us to Kaporin.
He is going to just a level 2 healing word. To
Heal yourself up, baby.
Yeah. And healing, cool. He'll start slowly making his way back. If he's not going to go too close to the ship, but he's going to kind of keep his distance at this point.
Yeah, using your movement to get, what is your 20 feet right now?
Yeah, 20 feet.
You almost get to the little edge of the embankment. Slowly but surely, you'll get there.
If Kapoor needs to be there to heal, he'll at least be nearby.
All right, bringing us down. The tide comes in. The tide washes away. Nori. Harumph.
I just am at a loss to which. I guess I just help Racha up because that's all I can do.
Okay, do you want to try and pull him up, or are you going to hold your action to help?
I'm just gonna try to pull him up. Can I use athletics, or does it have to be straight strength?
This one is just gonna be straight strength.
Okay, this isn't gonna go well, but we're gonna do it anyway.
You're not grappled or anything now, so there's no disadvantage.
Rashi's not able to help or
You would need to
see
hold
what
your
she's
action.
doing.
You would need to hold your action to help on her turn.
Okay,
Which is
how
why
do I
I'm gonna
do
do
that?
it now, and that way you could have a chance to do it later,
Oh, okay.
since
never
you're
mind
more
then.
likely to succeed.
I mean, maybe.
Or you can hold your action to help Rashi on their
I
turn.
got a 14. That's not horrible.
Yeah,
I've gotten worse.
yeah. But you're also trying to drag an individual from underground up through sand. Not the easiest process in the world to do.
No.
So you tug, and you feel the pole give a little bit, maybe a few inches, but it was kind of felt more like a slip. Racha, as you're holding
Oh,
onto
joy.
it, the pole kind of like randomly just tugs itself, and you're like, oh shit! So you go to grab it a little. It slips a few inches before you grab onto it, but after that little slip, you're pulling and pulling, not going anywhere.
Nope.
Don't want to get a hernia.
Terrible. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. So
Okay.
I guess there's not any spells I can hold.
You just
I'm a little
hand
bit
over the metal rod to Rashi.
just like, please help.
Okay, that brings us to Rashi's turn.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna try and pull
It'd
the
be a strength
pole
check,
up
yeah.
too. Yeah, if I just curious, if I kept digging, would I be helping make Racha's ascent easier?
Possibly.
Shoot, it's the same. It's the same bonus either way, because it's a strength base. Shit. That's just me saying shit in English. All right, I'm gonna. Is Nori actually like handing the pole or saying like, "Please help"?
Nori would have audibly said, please help.
Okay, so she'll get up and sort of briefly dust her hands off a little bit, and I'm gonna attempt to pull Racha out of the whatever feet of sand he's still in.
All right, give me a strength
If
check.
it wants to post that roll, it would be great. Oh no, that was not good at all. That was a bad roll. It wasn't a 1, but it was still a bad roll.
You start to pull on the pole, and you didn't quite get all of the sand off your hands, and so
Yeah.
you're just having a hard time really gripping it. As you basically start like oh damn it, fuck. In Sylvan, of course,
Yes.
or Elven. Sorry.
Well, no, that's. I was just like, I know another language. Cool. I mean, I could when
Nori
I level learn another language, but.
Nori has taught you Sylvan swears.
in,
You know, it
in
sounds
what,
fancier if you do it like this.
2 weeks time or whatever, like a month's
Yes,
time.
exactly.
All right.
I don't think we've known you that long.
It's
So
been
nothing
like a
else in your
couple
turn,
weeks.
right, Rashi?
No, there's nothing. I don't have like buff spells that increase strength and stuff like that because I'm a cleric, not a freaking.
Spiritual weapon, dive.
Right. Well, there's nothing to attack though that she's aware of. So
Should
that
have
would
spiritual
be
weapon
silly.
to shovel.
Can I do that?
Yeah, I would have let it happen.
Well, I'm grabbed the pole right now, so
Yeah.
she's just gonna
Yeah,
try
with the pole in there, it
pull it up.
wouldn't really help.
Yeah, just trying to pull as much as we can, which doesn't help, but
All right. So at the end of your turn, brings us to the creature. With its prey out of its way and unable to see, it's gonna move up. Okay. It gets up to your feetsies, Racha. That is a 20 to hit.
It hits.
You are grappled. It pulls you down in front of it. It's a 17 to hit.
It hits.
Oh, you're lucky on damage, though. That is only 10 points of piercing damage.
Uncanny.
Yep.
Best of his ability.
More hurricane kicks to the face. Brings it down to 5. Just, no! Basically like a baby having a tantrum when like a parent tries to pick it up.
And just like wiggling around like, don't touch other people's manifestation.
With that, it's actually going to wrap around the pole as well. I would give the pole DC, what, 14?
Yeah, I mean, it's metal of some sort, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's an 18 to hit. So the pole is now grappled and restrained. All right.
Do we know that it's grappled and restrained, or
Nope.
is it still underground?
Still underground.
Okay.
It used its reel on Rachaw, so it doesn't have. It's not going to pull Rashi down all of a sudden.
Okay. That's I was just wanting to see, like, all of a sudden
Yeah.
we see the tentacle around the pole, and we're like, ah, crap.
No, it's the submerged part. But Rachaw, that brings us to your turn.
Can I sort of like pull the dagger off my hilt for my offhand and then try and have at least 2 strikes to potentially swing
Yeah.
at this? Alright, then I will do that, and I will slice with my short sword in my main hand.
First one hits. And with that, you cut through yet another tendril.
Alright, then guess I will instead use my bonus action to disengage again and swim up.
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. All right. So with that, you are now, because you made your way up, but then you got pulled another 5 feet down. So you're about 5 feet underground.
Gotcha. I was 20 feet originally, wasn't I?
Yeah. And then you made your, no, because it went down 25 feet and brought you down there with it. So, yeah, you would have gone up to 10, then
Gotcha.
pulled down.
Makes sense, yeah.
All right. Bringing us to.
Do they see like a little swell of a bulge of about to emerge bird?
They saw a different bulge, but no, the sand is not dictating that you are about to emerge. Okay, so Bryn, you're kind of peering in as you start to hear little bits of, and then as this wooden wall that had been created from the debris splinters apart, and you now see the creature.
I was hoping it was the water, not the creature.
But as it pushes its way through here, water starts pouring out drastically. It had filled this entire chamber and is now pushing its way here. I need Nori and Rashi to make dex saving throws. Oh, Bryn, you too, because you're at the entrance.
No, I rolled a 5.
I want to re-roll that with my Indomitable.
Okay.
I rolled like shit all day. I don't think I've had one good roll.
That one strength check was good. It just didn't matter because it didn't overcome the creature's strength. I got a 19, so I'm pretty sure I'm okay.
I even failed listening for Rachaw screaming no.
No! Okay, so
Charlie.
Bryn and Rashi, the water flows and impacts you, but kind of washes around your feet. Nori, it ends up sweeping your legs out, knocking you prone.
Can you even be knocked prone with freedom of movement?
You can get knocked prone, you just can't get restrained.
Yeah, I don't know the spells entirely, so I was just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can't be paralyzed or restrained or like grappled by anything that's non-magical, but you can still get your feet swept out from under you by a force of water. It's just if she's underwater, she doesn't have penalties on movement or attacks.
She's a little fishy underwater.
Basically, yeah. Which she
I also
literally could
stopped
be a
water
fish
breathing.
too.
I can be a fish in multiple ways.
So, you're currently prone and you get swept. You get swept towards one of the entrances. But now this creature can see everyone. It's going to make tendril attack at you, Bran. It's an 18 to hit.
That is my armor class.
All right, you are grappled and restrained. Rashi, that is an 18 to hit as well.
No, that doesn't hit.
Nori, it's still going to try against you. It's only a 15. But
That misses. I've got a 16.
regardless, you just would have wiggled a little bit, and it just would have like fell off of you. Okay, since you're the only
Nice
one,
to know I succeeded on one thing.
since you're the only one that got grappled, Bryn, you're gonna get reeled in. The way it's reeling you, you're gonna end up impacting the wood splintered. So
Love that.
You're gonna take 6 points of piercing damage. And where is that? There it is. That is an 18 again.
Yep.
That's 14 points of piercing damage. All right, that ends its turn, bringing us to Bryn.
We're gonna try to get out of it by swinging at the...
Attack the tendril?
Yeah.
Gotcha, go for it.
That's the word for it, thank you.
Tendril.
No, I couldn't think of it.
Such a wonderful word.
It's much better than the word tentacle.
That hits, and even without the fire damage, you do slice it away from you as it falls back to the floor. Well, the water now, because the water currently for you all is about knee-high.
Wonderful. We're gonna attack it again. At the creature.
Yeah, the creature and the tendrils are two very different things. Alright, that does hit.
And I don't have it. There's no flame either, so.
Yeah. Okay, so... Oh yeah, because it rolls an extra. So is that altogether 27?
No, the flame's not active currently, so
Well, it says total critical damage, not flame damage.
it's adding both the flame and the
I
slashing
see,
of
I
the
see.
critical.
I
So it's 11 damage plus her strength. I guess the strength is in the 10, so
Yeah,
it's
so
11 damage.
Yeah, got it.
I like the sound of 27 better though.
All right. Well, if she had the fire activated. All right, Bryn, that ends your turn. Okay. That brings us to Kaporin.
Kaporn doesn't see any of this. He just hears a bunch of
Well, you do
noise.
see Bryn get wrapped around and then just get yoinked inside the ship.
Orin is going to continue to approach the entrance.
Slow and steady, man. Slow and steady.
Yep.
You already gave Bryn inspiration, so there's not much more you can do on that.
Yeah. Not much more I can help with Bryn other than giving her that inspiration. I mean, I could, if she was damaged, I could heal her, but yeah.
Just yelling words of encouragement to the group inside, going like, "You guys can do it. I'll be there in a bit,
I'm coming. I'm coming.
as fast as I can."
Orin literally like with a cane, like walking over at this point.
Ah, you young whippersnappers!
You should have just grabbed the horse.
He's such a
Probably would've gotten
big,
there
tall
faster.
dude, and he moves so slow.
He basically went through reconstructive surgery during like. So he's like the speed of a toddler.
All right, so
Have you seen a toddler? They move pretty damn fast.
ending your turn, the water rises, fills in the cavern behind the creature, Bryn. That is this area of the ship, and starts to slowly seep out of this opening that it's created as well. Behind the creature, it's almost completely full of water in here, but it's slowly starting to ebb out into the area around you guys. But if you were to walk into it, because it currently has you at the throat of this area, if you were to go into it, it would be about shoulder height. All right, Nori, that's you.
That is me. All right, I'm gonna stand up from prone,
Yep.
so I'm not lying on the ground anymore. Okay.
Slightly floating in the water.
Slightly floating in the water. So I just saw Bryn get dragged into the thing,
Yes.
the other place. Can we see her anymore?
Oh, you're right next to her.
Oh, okay. And then Racha is still underground as the water is coming up.
Yes.
Oh boy. All right. I guess she's just, yeah, this will be fun. I'm going to go over to where Racha was, turn into a giant badger, and use my burrow speed to dig down 10 feet to grab him.
Okay. So you half your movement to get up, the rest of your movement to get over. You can change and start to burrow. How much can badgers burrow?
Only 10 feet.
10 feet per round?
Yes. But he's only like 5 feet under, so I should be able to at least do that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if that would be technically your movement, or would that be your, like, an attack? Yeah, I don't see burrow for giant badger.
It's under its speed.
Ah. So yeah, so that would be its movement. So you used your movement during your turn. You're a badger now, and
Okay.
you can use the rest of your movement next turn. You can do it.
So if I couldn't do it this turn?
No, because you used your movement. It's not so much about like actual distance getting moved; it's the time to do this. Because you only got 6 seconds for your turn, so your full movement of getting up, getting over, doing the spell—that's all pretty much your time.
I don't know if I would do that, but I already said everything. Damn it! I wish I had a board.
I mean, you could get up and get over there and hold the shape or change or do something else.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just hold my action to either help Racha or turn into a badger if he
it gets
does
back
not
to your
come
turn.
up.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that brings us to Rashi.
Okay. Haha, I remembered to unmute myself so I can flip to the other 2 windows that I have. I still have to flip windows, but... So I can see the creature has Bryn wrapped up, right?
Yeah, behind you.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Oh, I would more hear it than see it, I guess. Well, no, the creature tried to get me, so I would have turned around.
I mean, it's like looking over your shoulder, and Bryn's currently not grappled. She got herself out.
Yeah, but there's another creature there. And
Yeah, you
Rashi
see the other
doesn't
creature.
know if the creature that grabbed Racha is dead or alive. And can't really help Racha get up out of the dirt. And frankly, I'm peeved off of these fucking ropers on a personal level. I'm gonna cast a 3rd level guiding bolt at the creature that is attacking Bryn.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Okay. You know, it takes its sweet time, but I clicked the button. Let's see. Whee! Ooh, a 21. That's really nice.
That does hit.
Okay, it's going to take 66 damage because it's a 3rd level guiding bolt.
You did say 6d6, not 66.
It's always fun when it sounds like it, though.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like,
Yes. Oh, I also have a slight speech impediment with sixes, so it's like really hard to say them in general for me. So yes, 6 d6s.
There you go.
It's just instantly obliterated by Rashi's guiding bolt.
No.
I hope so.
I mean, if it crit, then maybe. But
Oh, that would have been so much damage.
I don't even know what that would be on that spell, to be fair.
it would double the dice, so you'd be rolling 12d6 instead of 66.
Oh shit, that would have been awesome. Did it?
It hasn't come up yet. If you see it on your end, you can just tell us, and then it'll load eventually. Do you see how much is on yours?
As soon as the digital dice stop rolling. I made myself an accident.
Just keep rolling, just keep rolling.
22 is what it says.
All right, 22.
That's not too bad for. Blech, I hate sixes. I hate S words in general.
It's all good. All right, that ends your turn.
Let's see. That was a 3rd level. Let's see. Oh, can I make can I do a medicine check to see how hurt Bryn is, or would that
She's
be too
too
much
far
for
away.
her to just okay. Shoot. I am gonna also cast or try casting Word of Radiance. Oops.
Okay.
It needs to make a con. It needs to make a con save. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. If it makes it.
All right. Word of Radiance isn't like a AoE spell, is it?
No, it's not. It literally it's almost basically like Guiding Bolt, just I say a word and it takes far less damage. It's a 5 foot, so it hits basically just it.
All right. That is a 15.
Damn it. Okay, didn't do shit.
All right. That ends your
I
turn,
gotta learn
Rashi?
some Elven curse words. Yes, I gotta learn some Elven curse words.
Okay. It brings us to the one under you, Rickshaw. Okay, it's going to move back up to you so it can see you. But that is only a 12 to hit.
Unfortunately misses.
That's the first tendril.
I know it.
That's a 22 to hit.
There you
go. So, reels you in. Chomp chomp. That's only 13 to hit, though.
I accidentally rolled again. Ignore that. But it missed.
Okay. With that... Yeah, it's going to end its turn. Bringing it to you, Rashad.
All right then. Slice with the sword for the first strike.
Okay. That hits. You get a good gash into the tendril, but it's still holding on.
All right then. He will try his best to stab with this new dagger that I don't actually have in my inventory. So, is it still like a +2 dagger?
It needs to be attuned, so it is just use
Gotcha.
the stats of a regular dagger.
Gotcha. All right. It needs to stop rolling when I hit spacebar, or I need to figure out a different button.
Well, like I said, on your turn, you can just turn the push to talk off. But unfortunately, oh wait, no, that's short sword damage.
He's too stubborn to do just hit the button, so good luck.
You guys just would have attuned to the items I had given you all. Well, to be fair, Kaporan, you snaked it. Unfortunately, the dagger does not find the groove that you had restarted.
And that's action bonus action then.
All right. Bringing us to the other creature. Tentacle at you, Bryn. That's only a 10. Tentacle at Rashi. That's a natural 20. Second tentacle at you, Bryn. Natural 20.
Natural 20 still doesn't hit me.
Yeah, 27 doesn't hit you. And Nori, that's a 9. Okay. So it's gonna pull Rashi in since Rashi just guiding bolted it to the face.
Yeah, because she's tired of these freaking things eating her friends.
Well, don't worry, it's gonna eat you now. That is a 22 to hit.
You said, oh, the tendrils in the face are different?
Yeah, the tendrils just are for the to hit to grapple, and then the bite is another attack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 22 hits me exactly.
Okay, that is
Is this one of the first attack that ever touched Rashi?
Yeah, basically.
it's
I have
25,
a 22 armor class.
25 points of piercing damage.
Okay. 25 minus the temp. Okay.
Minus the 8 temporary would be 17. Okay, with that ends its turn. Bryn, you're up.
Alright, we're gonna remember our word Azor and light the flame.
Oh, hey, look at that!
You know, thinking's hard sometimes there.
Kaporan, just from out of nowhere, goes, "Let there be fire!"
And she's gonna attack the creature, not the tendril that has her.
Okay, go for it. That hits. So to make it easy on everybody, and actually, since it's both fire and the thing, you can go ahead and just hit the damage. I'm gonna say to make it easier on ourselves when you're not having the fire on, just do regular damage, and then we'll just double it. So 35, right?
Yep.
If you have the fire, it's 19 plus 8.
Yeah, this
Yay,
one still has
Bryn
the
gets to hit shit.
This one still has the seaweed around it, so it's resistant to fire.
It's been a while since Bryn's beat on something.
Okay, so 27.
Yeah. I'm gonna swing again.
Go for it. See, you guys all bitch at me. Oh, you get so many natural 20s. Bryn's rolled like 3, okay? So.
Yeah, but Bryn's not trying to kill the party.
No, she's just trying to kill my monsters. All right, that does hit.
So sorry, Val. I feel so bad.
Don't worry, I got more waiting. All right, 21 points of damage. It's looking pretty hurt. Some of the seaweed is... no, not 21. It's actually 17.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, 4.
Still looking pretty hurt. Some of the seaweed is starting to smoke. And it's not pleasant. Not a pleasant smell. That end your turn, Bryn?
Can I... So I took the attack action. Can I try to shove this creature with my shield?
Does it say...
Because I'm just not sure because it's grappled to me and Rashi. If that would be possible. Because my shield master shove is a bonus action.
You use your bonus action to light your sword on fire.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I'm sorry. Okay. I think then that's it.
All right.
Waddle, 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 waddle.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
All right, bringing us to Kaporin. Waddle, 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 waddle. Kaporin.
Moving. Do I get even close to the entrance at this point?
Almost there. Almost there.
Kapoor is like basically at 20.
Well, because going down the 15 embankment to do it safely, you know, you have to kind of like, it takes half your movement, so you get even further slowed.
Wonderful.
But with this, unless you're doing something with the rest of your turn.
I mean, the ship basically outlines this area here, so I don't see anything.
Yeah, you won't be able to see anything until you get to that red open area.
Okay. Do I see Bryn at least? Because she's standing in the open area?
No, she's not standing in it. She's just her picture is bigger, so she got pulled inside.
Okay, she got pulled inside. Yeah, I guess Kaporin's not gonna. He's just gonna hold his action, or hold his action. Something comes out to get him.
Smart.
And he will just wait there until his next turn to come closer.
That brings us to the tide coming in. The tide funneling into the area around and through you guys. The water now is fully submerging this portion of the boat, which then makes you all semi-weightless, as this creature is now being submerged as well, but currently has you two both grappled. And with that, you guys float 5 feet into the boat. Okay, so with that, Nori.
Okay, what is happening? Okay, so we're getting sucked in.
Only
underground.
Rashi and Bryn is.
Okay,
Because
so they're getting pulled in by this thing.
They're grappled by the roper and by the other one, not the one that Racha has. Kaporin, you might want to show her the map.
You're standing roughly on top of where I am, and water has gone up to your shoulders as a badger, if you're still badger.
Oh, I didn't end up turning.
All right, I
Kaporin, you
wasn't
have
sure
to
if you did or not.
tilt the bottom towards your screen a little bit to get rid of the glare. There you go.
That's good.
That's a little bit better.
So,
All right.
Bryn and Rashi are getting dragged into the water, into the other half of the boat, not the front end that you're currently standing with over Racha's area.
Let's see. I stocked spells for travel and not for battle. I made the mistake of doing that.
Battle travel.
Yes, but we had battle on our travel. So let's see, what can I even do? I
I think you're good, Nacaporn.
This is stupid, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cast Conjure Woodland Beings and summon 8 fairies.
Okay.
I'll roll initiative for them. They get a +5. But that will be my turn to summon the fairies, and they'll do their things on their turn.
Okay, so go ahead and start rolling initiatives.
They'll all go on one big thing to make it so it's not impossible.
Yeah.
What did I roll?
18.
Oh, that's sad. It's an 18 +5, so they don't go for a full other round.
Mm-hmm. All right. That brings us to Rashi.
Rashi is. I'm slowly dying, I think. Actually, not. My hit points are fine. The whole, like, being choked underwater, though. Okay, so we're both, like, floating, so, like, I'd have penalties if I attacked it with, like, my mace?
Yes.
Or a kick? Okay.
You guys are, for all intents and purposes, submerged.
Son of a biscuit. Still a good decision casting freedom of movement on Nori, though. Okay, so I can still cast though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hate underwater combats. I can still cast like full spells though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would just, if it has a verbal component to it, it would end up using your oxygen and you'd start suffocating next round.
Oh, that would be like all my fucking spells, basically. Let's see. Do I have a spell? It's not a verbal component. I mean, probably not. I don't think clerics have non-verbal spells.
Yeah, I only have a handful.
All my spells are verbal. Now, I was gonna cast a special one, but I will just. I can't cast the thing that'll give me extra damage on my melee attacks because it has a verbal component. I will. There we go. I will just attempt to beat on the creature with my mace. I don't care about the tendril grappling me.
Okay.
I just want to beat on the creature itself. If my screen will stop going black, that would be awesome.
Go ahead and roll the damage. Or roll the attack. Disadvantage.
Oh, at disadvantage? Okay.
You try to do a slap fight underwater.
I prefer not to because I like breathing. Okay, so I do have it doesn't add into my bonus for hit and damage with my melee weapon, but I have the Blessing of the Forge active, so it's a +1 and +1 to hit and +1 to damage, so it just won't show up. I have to add it manually, and I always forget. Disadvantage.
Yeah, go for it.
Come on, give me the. Well, okay, it won't. Oh, because I'm not in there. That's why. No, I want the disadvantage. Okay. So that should work. Come on, I hit the button. Ah, there it goes. Okay. So, let's see. Ow. Wow. If you can.
Unfortunately, that does not hit.
Even with the +1?
That only makes it a 10.
Oh, poo. Okay. Oh, yeah, disadvantage. Sorry. Yeah. 9. Okay. Boo. Okay. Well, I tried.
No worries. That brings us to, unless you want to do something for your bonus.
No, because there's verbal components and I'd like to not drown.
No worries. Brings us to the creature that has you, Racha. It already has you in its grasp.
Why is this going-
So it is going to move up. Actually, it's going to try and bite you first. So that is a 16 to hit.
Misses.
Okay. Then it's going to move up. Nori, you're standing there kind of looking down at the pole that is still embedded into the sand. You see the pole go underground. It's gone. And you see this creature merge out of the sand and staring directly at you. It is going to try and grapple you with a 22 to hit.
That hits.
But you can't be grappled.
Nope.
So it like wraps around you and you just wiggle fish your way out of it. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah.
Wiggle.
It's upset. It doesn't understand why, so it's going to try and hit you again. That's a 19 to hit. More wiggle
No,
fish.
yeah, more wiggle. I have my AC 16. I'm not super hard to hit.
Yeah. It's going to use another one to hit you. This is 9. Then it uses its last tentacle. That's a 27.
That hits.
But wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
At least it's wasting its attacks on me.
Well, the other two that it sees are being grappled by its friend. So okay, that ends its turn. Rachel, that brings us to you.
So did it drag me with it, or did it
No, it left you
leave
down
me
there.
underground? All right. And am I still
You're
grappled
5
too?
feet underground. Yeah, you're currently still grappled and
Alright.
restrained.
Cool. Then I will slice at the thing.
At the tendril?
Yeah.
Go for it. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit.
And then dagger at it.
Dagger, dagger, dagger. Unfortunately, that doesn't hit.
And that's all I can do.
All right. You are suffocating. All right. That brings us to the one with you guys. It does not like you, Bryn. So, chomp chomp on your face. It's 21 to hit.
Unfortunate.
For you.
Yeah.
That is 22 points of piercing damage.
Lovely.
And with that, it is going to move back. And going to reel Rashi in. But leave you kind of still floating there near the entrance. Alright, that ends its turn, bringing us to you, Bryn.
Am I able to move with this tentacle around me?
Technically, since you are being suspended in water, yes, you can kind of swim around, but you have half speed. And the creature's 25 feet away. It is not affected by underwater travel. All the tendrils, man.
And it's the same thing for me if it's a verbal thing. It's a
Yep.
word. Sorry. I guess I'll swing at the tentacle first.
All right. Disadvantage. That does not hit.
Okay. Swing again.
Okay. Nora, your fairies are up next.
Okay.
That does not hit. Your first roll got better.
Yeah, but the first roll would have worked.
Yeah.
Can I try to swim away so I'm no longer under, like, in the water?
Trying to swim because it's got you out, like extended to a certain degree. So trying to go any further away, it'd be taut. It wouldn't let you go. But you could swim closer if you wanted to.
Yeah,
Or
we'll
up
go
and down.
I'll go closer, trying to get both of us out.
Okay, so 15 feet in.
Yeah.
All right, then your turn.
Yes, sorry.
Fairy time.
It is fairy time. Okay, I'm going to have 4 of them fly towards Bryn and Rashi, poke their heads underwater. Can they see this creature?
Yeah.
Can they? Okay, I needed to make a wisdom saving throw. Please. 4 of them. And if it doesn't work, let me know, and then I can do more.
All right. First one is. Oh, they got a good plus to wisdom. First one's a 19.
Passes.
19.
Passes.
16.
Passes.
And 15.
Passes. I'm gonna have 4 others fly in towards it. 4 more wisdom saving throws.
Okay. 15.
Passes.
16.
Passes.
22.
Passes. And
18.
passes. Damn it! Okay, I didn't confuse them. That's so sad. That's 8 chances, and he got it every time. I hate those dice. And that is their turn.
Okay. That brings us to old crotchety man.
It took me a moment to figure out who you were talking about.
I'll be there in a second, kid. You could use your dash to get into the entrance if you want to.
I would love to. I'm just worried about that reach of those fucking things.
your super fast dash you have. Because to be fair, coming out of both of the exits right now is like a torrent of water, so the whole area directly outside of it is difficult terrain. So the dash would get you like into the opening.
Are you holding the structural integrity of the ship to the whole part from earlier when Shatter was casted? It doesn't say if it was. I'm gonna bust a hole in the bottom part of the ship.
Your only carpenter is currently underground.
Carpenter. Damn. And like you'd be able to even tell us that if you would be able to. It's like, yeah, this looks structurally sound if you did this.
We don't have rights to that one. Sorry.
Dumbo bum.
No, I'm
Change it up
just kidding.
there.
I told him about the 20 second rule, so now he's playing with Songsborn.
Also, if it's verbally done, then it's technically a cover.
True. But it is a
Everything's a
Disney
cover.
property, technically, so...
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with Disney.
I said he has 20 seconds before the falls under copyright stuff, or like Creative Commons is 20 seconds.
So what would you like, Kaporin? You want to dash or you just want to chill?
Kaporin's gonna. They're all grappled. Kaporin's gonna dash into the doorway. That uses my action, correct?
Correct.
Alrighty. Kaporin can't do anything else because everyone's grappled anyway.
All right. Bringing us down to the tide comes up.
Kaporin get washed out.
Kaporin, you get sucked in,
Oh.
and then you get washed out. Nori, you are now submerged. Okay. This entire boat is now spewing water out of both sides and is full. Bring us to Nori.
Okay. What can I do here? Wait a second.
Same concept with you as well. Any verbal spell.
Ha! How close is everyone to me?
Racha, you're unsure.
Yes.
Bryn is about 40 feet away, and
Okay.
Rashi's about 50 feet.
Okay.
And Kaporin was there
Alright.
for a moment, and then he got yeeted out.
And how long? Oh my goodness. Nori has her girlfriend underwater. Yeah. What she's going to do
With her
is
flaming
that
sword.
Yeah. uh, Nori is going to swim to within 30 feet of both of them. Would she also be within 30 feet of Kofarin?
You would be like swimming past the opening, and as you're kind of doing it, you look to the side, and you just see Kaparin just getting pelted with water in the face.
Nori's gonna cast water breathing on us all, so no
Except for
one's
Cha.
drowning anymore, except for Cha because I can't see him.
Okay. You guys all feel your lungs kind of get a bit heavier, but you know the feeling, so you know that you have water breathing now on. That ends your turn, Nori?
That ends my turn.
All right, bringing us to Rashi.
Oh, wait, can I attack this thing?
You
I only
cast
have fire.
you casted a spell, so if it's a cantrip,
Yeah, that's. I'll do. I'm so scared to cast cantrips.
which one?
We'll just do produce flame because Thorn Whip I have a bad history with.
Which monster? Which roper?
Can
They're both
I hit the
currently
one
out.
that's next to me?
Yeah.
I'll hit the one that Racha has been hitting.
Okay.
Or
Go ahead and roll an attack.
that is a 11 plus 8, 19.
That does not hit.
Oh, it doesn't hit?
Nope.
That's sad.
Yeah. 20 armor, baby.
Disappointing. All right,
So
continue on.
the produce flame goes out and then kind of just before it reaches.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
What?
Good sound effect.
Oh, thank you.
That was grade A.
All right, so Rashi, now it's your turn.
Okay, first of all, let's unmute myself. So with water breathing, that means I can cast spells like a normal person?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's why it does that.
Don't forget on your guys' turns, you can use your free action to say stuff. Like, Nori be like, you all can breathe underwater now.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, shit. Let's hit the wrong button there. Let's go. Okay.
Or Nori, you can just yell out things like, Kaporin looks like an idiot.
Kaporin's an old man.
Baron, you're really slow. You gotta get on that, bud.
We'll get him the walker with the tennis balls on it.
I might at this point. Might have to go faster.
Then I need a little Boy Scout.
Is the creature on that has me reeled in, is it still covered in the seaweed, or has that washed off because there's gushing water now?
No, it's still got seaweed all over it.
How? There's water all over the place.
Yeah, and it's wrapped in seaweed. It's not like it's just like placed on top of it. It is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's like barrel rolled its body inside of it, like you do with like a dead person in a rug, basically.
Yeah, like a burrito.
Okay. I was thinking.
A dead person in a rug?
I immediately was thinking of like mobster movies or some shit, and all I could think of was dead people rolled in a rug. Yes, dead people rolled in a rug.
That's weirdly specific.
No one's found the bodies yet. That's all I'm saying. I'm kidding. I haven't actually killed anybody. Trust me, people would know. I would make a statement about it. Yeah, exactly. I would make a statement, and I would make it worth it if I was going to kill somebody. I'm not going to, so no one will ever know. Shit. What I was gonna. I can't see that. So. Okay, hold on. What's this one? No, that's not helpful. Shit. What? My D&D Beyond is being ridiculously slaggy, so sorry. I had what I wanted to do, and now it's like taking forever to show back up. Nope, that's not the right one. Oh, yes it is. Okay, I see. Getting used to that. Okay, I am, because it seems to be the only thing that's actually doing damage to it besides Bryn beating on it. Whoa. Okay. Now there we go. I am going to cast another third level guiding bolt at this motherfucker.
It is a ranged spell, so doing that to a melee creature that's in melee range with you.
Oh, it's in melee range with me? Oh,
yeah, it'd
okay,
be disadvantage.
Oh, son of a biscuit. Okay. That's my PG way of saying son of a bitch when I'm around children, which I'm not, but it's just habit. Okay.
Yeah, Rashaw's currently underground, so it's fine.
I was more worried about Kaporin, but he's being splashed in the face. Okay, so if I
rain on.
So so if I cast a touch spell though, that wouldn't count the same way because it's not ranged.
Yeah, touch spell is like a melee spell.
Okay. Then there is. Okay, so we know the seaweed gives it fire resistance. Okay. Okay. I'm not responding to that one. I'm just gonna keep on moving. I have, where did it go? Oh, it's a 4th level is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna cast then. Oh no, if I cast, oh no, that's a bonus action. Okay, good.
I'm just immediately thinking of the Deadpool scene of the intro for Deadpool 2 when he's on the chair and he, like, music video of the water on him.
Oh, but it's the bullets instead of water?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to cast Elemental Weapon and it keeps fucking disappearing on me and it's pissing me off. There it is. Okay. Oh, that's one action, then I couldn't attack then. Shit. Boo. Fudge crackers. Okay. I can do... okay, well, I can cast Searing Smite on myself, at least. That's a bonus action. And then melee attack it.
Gotta make a decision.
I'm using my last 1st level spell to cast Searing Smite on myself.
Okay.
And that gives me... Well, if it beats its con, if it makes a con, fails its con, then I get to do extra damage. So it has to roll a con save, I think.
You have to actually hit it.
Yeah, you gotta hit it first.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, it still has to make a con save if I hit it, though.
Correct.
As soon as my screen wants to work. I think D&D Beyond, there must be a lot of people using it right now or something. I don't have disadvantage anymore, all right? Or do I?
Yes, you do. You're still underwater.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope I hit them. Come on. Any day now. Okay. Well, that's a 13, which does not hit it.
No, it does not.
Well, I tried.
But your searing might stays on until I believe you hit. So you got that going.
It stays on until someone tries to put out the flames on it, which it's not on fire yet, so...
It immediately get put out because it's underwater.
Oh, that's true.
He's talking about your concentration. So as long as you're maintaining concentration, it'll stay there for a minute until you hit it.
Yeah. All right, that brings us to Roper a la Racha. Water. He couldn't get his tendrils around the slippery fish, so he's gonna say fuck it, and he's gonna focus on Racha. He's gonna pull you out of the sand, Racha. So he's gonna reel you in. Then he's gonna make a bite attack. That is only a 15 to hit.
It misses.
So he kind of like reels you in quickly out of anger for missing Nori so many times. And then you're in water now, so you kind of like shoot too far past him. And so he's like, Arch! As you just wee past him. Alright, with that, he's going to use... Fuck it. I'm gonna use a tendril on Bryn. It's 14 to hit. Nope. Another tendril on Bryn. Nope. That's a 9. Another tendril on Bryn. Nope. That's a 16. Last tendril on Bryn. Hey, there we go. 26.
Yeah, that kind of worked.
So you are double grappled.
That's fun.
Yeah. That's gonna end its turn. Bring us to Racha.
Alright, I'm gonna try and cut my way out, so...
Okay, start of your turn, you do take suffocating damage. So it's 3 points of damage. Unfortunately, that does not hit. Neither does that. It's hard. You were going from fighting under sand to now being submerged in water. You're like overshooting too much because it's less resistance. It's understandable. Don't worry. Performance anxiety. That brings us to the other one. It wants to eat Bryn's face off.
Face off.
But she is currently being now suspended away from it because the other one is holding it too, so it's just going to chew on Rashi. No, it's not, because that's only a 12 to hit. It's going to back up further. And then bring Rashi up next to it. Okay, that ends its turn. Bryn, you're up, and you have tendrils in either direction.
We're gonna cut at the one that has Racha.
Okay, go for it. Fairies are up next.
Can the fairies breathe underwater?
They don't have water breathing.
Can I add the Bardic Inspiration to my lower one?
It works for attack rolls, so yeah. Unfortunately, still not enough.
Right.
You can attack again, though.
Yeah.
Go for it. Oh, water, the bane of all melee fighters' existences. All right. And you're kind of suspended there between the two, so you can't really move. And your turn?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. That brings us to La Fairies.
All right. They're gonna use the last of their air because if they die, they're spirits and they'll be fine.
They just
So
do her excruciating pain. But yeah,
they have 1 hit point, Val. They weren't going to live.
it's still painful. Go for it.
Yes,
Uh,
and their sacrifice is greatly appreciated. I need another wisdom saving throw.
all right. First one is 16. Second one
Passes.
is 14.
Passes.
Okay. Third one is 15.
Passes.
Fourth one is 9.
Fails. He turns into a tortoise. So he can't swim, but he floats. So he can't attack. He can't do anything. He's just floating on the water there. And then I'm going to have the other one go over to the other terrible box creature and have them roll. What's 8 minus 3? However many I have left, cast it on them. Because Polymorph has a range of 60 feet.
Yeah, it was the
I
fourth
want
fairy
these
that got
gone.
successful, so you'd only have 4 left.
Yes.
All right, first one, 19. Second one, 14.
Passes.
Third one, 21.
Passes.
Last one, 22.
Passes. Alright, but we have 1 tortoise, and then when it comes around to my turn, I can do something about the thing next to me. Ah! And then the one that's concentrating on the spell is going to fly away.
What's their movement speed?
Only 10.
Halved
10
underwater.
10 walking, 30 flying, so it's
You're
5.
underwater. So, yes, 5. So, we'll put it...
I wouldn't have had them go too far in, just in case, just enough for them to see the thing, so they could get out and do what I wanted them to do.
It's Belladonna.
This one fairy that succeeded looks oddly familiar.
Don't even play that plot hook to me.
As it's going to suffocate it on its next turn. Okay.
But it frees up everybody until
Well, Bryn is being held by the other one.
no, I did the one that was next. I thought I did the one that was next to Bryn and Rashi.
There was
Yeah, Bryn was being held by both.
Oh, fun! All right, then I can help with this one as well. That is the end of the fairy's turn.
All right, that brings us to the Racha Roper. Okay, Nom Nom. Actually, I'm gonna have it make an intelligence check to see. Oh shit, it rolled very good on its intelligence check. So it knows which one is holding the spell. So it's going to tentacle the fairy. That is a 13 to hit.
That misses.
Second tentacle. Okay, that's a 7. Third
Misses.
tentacle. 10.
Misses.
Fourth tentacle. There it is.
Ugh.
24.
They have an AC of 15. Please don't bite him. I'll be so sad.
Let me see.
I've wanted to do my stupid polymorph plan for so long, but it worked. Please.
Fortunately, it cannot pull it in far enough.
Ugh.
So Racha gets the Nom Nom. Racha. That's a nat 20.
Oh no.
Hey, it hasn't rolled a nat 20 in a while. 6. 24 points of piercing damage.
Uncanny dodge to.
To 12. All right. So with that, ends its turn. Rachana, it's up to you.
I gotta take damage.
Yep. You take 2 points of damage.
All right, we'll swing with the little bit I have of energy I have left.
As life is fading from your limbs. It's disadvantage because you are underwater.
I thought it doesn't apply to finesse weapons, but I could be wrong.
Are you doing this against the tendril or against the monster?
The tendril.
Okay, then yeah, you don't have disadvantage because you're basically sawing it at you.
Gotcha.
All right,
And
and
then-
that's enough damage. You cut yourself free.
I will disengage and begin swimming as best I can towards the exit because I need air.
You do get a bit of a boost because the current is currently pushing out. You're starting the process of getting pushed out of the hole.
I will get spit out into Koparin's arms.
Yeah, Kaparin's gonna get a bird to the face in a second.
Ducky go down the hole.
All right, that brings us to the tortoise.
The tortoise is a tortoise.
Yes, tortoises cannot breathe underwater,
No, because they are not turtles.
and they're not
Yeah.
smart.
They're smart. Animals are smart enough not to breathe underwater. I know that for a fact.
Well, yeah, but this creature has also just been fighting you all, and one of the creatures made it change. So these ropers are not young. They've seen some shit.
I'm lost in the thought
But
process.
they, with polymorph, they become the turtle, so it would technically
They're-
be the turtle's internal intelligences.
Yeah, they
Because
just become animals.
Yeah. Well,
Their
Still
alignment
make
and
the-
personality stays the same.
Do you
but
have
they
the-
have no idea what's
do you have the
happening.
tortoise stats up?
Let me pull them. I have like 80 different tabs open.
I found it.
Thank you.
So it's only a easy -4 to intelligence.
-4.
Still
Wow.
makes it
Made
a
him a
15.
reptile for. But would they understand spells is the real question here. Ballot is 4:30 for me. I've got to go to bed.
We'll
I
say
have
that
work tomorrow.
it's going to retreat into its shell.
Okay.
All right, that ends its turn. Bryn, you're up.
I have work today.
It always feels like tomorrow, though.
I'm gonna swing at the tentacle thing.
Go for it.
I mean, don't most of you have work today? Unless you're unemployed and sit on your ass all day? I say that with love because I'm unemployed and sit on my ass all day.
Both ends of the spectrum. Nat 20. Nat 1. Yeah. Luckily, you're underwater and no one's around you, so the Nat 1 doesn't overtly negatively infect you. But, yeah, nothing happens. Nope.
But for polymorph, if it doesn't get hit, it stays like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna move towards the opening then.
Okay.
Still rapid by this fucking thing.
All right, that ends your turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's going to be the fairies. But
I never went. My turn never came around. I think I got skipped.
you must have got skipped.
Yeah. I was gonna lightning bolt the guy next to me, the one that keeps attacking Racha.
Oh,
Because it came up.
You would have hit Racha.
I would have hit Racha?
Yeah, because Racha came up too. The creature pulled Racha up.
Okay. So I can't get around him and hit him because I've got.
Well, Racha's now moved out of the way.
Okay.
The only thing
Racha's
that's in your way now is the fairy that's holding the concentration is in between you and it.
Okay, then
But hold on.
Can I?
There's a reason for the hat change. As everything is going down, Kaporin, you hear the horses start to whinny and get spooked off in the distance. But you hear a calming voice next to it. And the whinnying comes down. As you kind of like put your hand up and look over, you see a certain red individual kind of currently patting the horses, calming them down. Kind of looks over at you. Horns. Painted back. My, you guys. Really get yourselves involved. And then he snaps his fingers, and the front end of the boat that currently has the one that's still a roper in it flies back towards him. So Kaporin, you would see it just kind of fly to your right. It just drags across the sand a good 40 feet, relieving the water pressure that has been building up inside, flushing pretty much everyone out, as well as Rashi and the roper that are at the front end. Everyone comes cascading out and starts to splatter themselves across the beachhead. He kind of looks at everything and just snap, snap. And the tortoise and the other roper just and they both disappear. Kaporin, you really being the only one standing at this point in time, can still hear him say, I can use those for later. So, all of you, let's have a little chat.
Wonderful.
And that's where we're in
Okay.
tonight's session.
I was like
I would.
barely conscious right now, like not even able to hear anything that's going on. He's just
I
happy
would
for there.
I have to go to bed. I have work, so
It's
good
all
night,
good,
y'all.
guys.
Night.
You guys have any questions?
Nah, I'm good.
All right. If you do have come,
Sure to be,
what was that?
sure to be interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll actually message you a couple about like what these levels mean and stuff, because
Yeah, make your decisions and then get back to me, and we can
Yeah.
go over it.
the issue is that I kind of want it to stick to like lore and stuff, so I would like to have a little information on why I got it, sort of
Okay.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go over it. And then if anybody else has any other questions, feel free to message me and I'll get back to you guys.
Does he look mad?
What?
Does he look mad?
He looks
Disappointed.
perturbed,
Oh, great.
annoyed.
Very disappointed that we got.
But nevertheless, you guys have a great week, and we'll meet back together on Thursday.
All right,
Bye.
bye guys.
Right.
Night.
All right. Thank you all for sticking with us. You guys, it was a long one, but we'll see you next time. noticed